in the whole of Bender in my A levels. But that was when I finally decided I needed to settle down and all of that. So my years in Bender were extraordinary because it was my first exposure to bush, real bush, and to guys who had a different approach, a different experience. So I became a hunter. Can you imagine? We used to hunt bush rat. Yes, we'd hunt antelope. We'd do all manner of. It was like one of these boys' adventure type of thing. And so that probably toughened me up.
Yes.
So that when I now started Unilag and was in Agege, I basically was able to manage it probably better than I would have.
But actually, you've been somebody who knows how to mix.
Yes.
If you're up there, you're there. If you're mid-there, and then down.
For me, I get most of my information on anything I'm doing in my writing or whatever from, the gate man there. I would just say, what's happening? Do you notice anything around here and so on and so forth. So basically, that it was a combination of Ikoyi and a bit of Yaba. We stayed in Yaba for a while, and then Agege that sort of created the man who was becoming an adult. At the time I joined,
you got into
Unilag. So yeah, that was it. But it was a fantastic upbringing.
But why did you study law? Because
I had no desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. That's what I wanted to do. But fine arts in those days, no parent was going to accept that.
They would not.
So, and I have a tinge of regret that I didn't become an artist.
Or that you didn't develop that talent.
Or that I didn't develop that talent.
Yes.
Because I've seen, the kind of huge success that some of them have. But I said a tinge. It's not. And sometimes fate takes you. Yeah. So my father was a lawyer, but I did not particularly. He would come home and I'd see the wig and the gown, and I'm like, what's this about? But he sort of lulled me. Just do it, just read the law. It's always useful, then you can do whatever you like. Then I read the law, then he lulled me again. I said, just go into the service for just a few, even if it's just 3 months, just so you understand. That's how I entered. I never came out. So
the last time you came out, I'm retiring.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, yeah, that was my upbringing. It was wonderful, friends, and so on.
Now, when you entered the service, you had this very illustrious career in the public service of Lagos State, and I'm saying that because
me and many.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that because you really stood out.
Okay.
You stood out. You served.
Yes.
Part of your service included you being a DPP, Director of Public Prosecution.
Yes.
You became Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary.
Yes.
You later became the first and the only so far Commissioner of Lands in Lagos State. And then you now were the executive. Well, that is the executive secretary,
CEO.
Yeah, CEO of the Lagos State Security Trust Fund.
I was also chairman of the State Tenders Board.
State Tenders. Yeah. These are not mean positions.
Yeah.
These are positions that tasked you.
Yes. I agree.
Let's look at some of your experience.
Okay. Look, like you said, for me, life. I'm not much of a forward planner. I'll say that, and that's probably a negative.
No, it's not.
No, I said probably.
I'm like
some
you.
people
I don't know how to do
some
that.
Some people are so ambitious. They put everything in steps and structures, and they get where they're going. If I had an ambition at all, it was after I'd watched some Perry Mason series and so on, and I used to read a lot of. I read still. That's reading. In fact, my wife would say sometimes to me, the reason you are like this is because you live in a fantasy world, because I read everything. Anyway, so my only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor.
Which you did.
Which I did. But I didn't, it's not as if I worked consciously to work, but I just said, look, you know, I tell you, my first 2 years in the Ministry of Justice, I basically was not focused. I was just doing what I'll call scratch the surface type of work. But one day, something happened. I don't need to relate it, but my boss saw me in a very, you know, sort of awkward situation. I should have been here, but I was here, sort of. And he was like, are you on leave? You know, I just decided to take the day off, just like that. So by the time he finished with me in front of, that's when I returned to the office, in front of people. I then said, my friend, to myself, my friend, you better get serious.
Yeah.
So I decided, because I'm not very good, I'm good at working within existing structures, but I'm not very good at creating structures. There has to be some definition, the law,
okay,
etc. So I decided, okay, this is it. What I'll be known for is work. It's work that I'll be known for. So every file I got, I made sure I wrote as deeply as I could, you know, and so on and so forth. And one day I remember the then SSG, was it SSG then? Yes, no, we didn't have, there was a period there was no head of service.
No, there was no, it was merged into the two.
It was merged into the thing. So it was both the cabinet secretary and the head of service.
Yes.
So one day I was walking between block 2 and another block, and then I saw him coming.
Who was that SSG?
Adeyemi.
Oh, yes.
It was Adeyemi. So he now, I think I was kicking a can.
Yes.
As I was thinking about something. Then he said, young man, how are you? I said, I'm fine. He says, which ministry are you? I said, the Ministry of Justice. I said, you know me? I said, yeah, I think so, because SSG then was
too far now.
You know.
Yes, now.
So then he said, what's your name? And I said, Athawori. He said, oh, you are the Athawori. Every time you write a memo, I ask my secretary to bring a dictionary because I know. So I was like, well, oh, so it has, you know,
reached that level.
So it kind of vindicated my stance that I'm going to be serious about, you know. So I worked through the years. Many times of frustration because, you know, government policies change. For instance, it was 2 years per promotion when I joined the service. Then they suddenly made it 4 years.
4 years, yes.
So I thought to myself, my mates were, you know, in the private sector were moving up, and I was like, this is not good. But then, you know, one day, I saw something in a newspaper. I saw an advert, federal, talking about promotion by appointment. So I said, promotion by appointment means if you reach a particular, you can even jump 2 steps.
Yes.
So I now rushed, you know, to the office and checked our rules, and we had the same
thing.
So I went to the.
It's copy and paste.
I said, please, let's try this, and so I was able to jump 2 posts to become assistant director.
Yeah, my senior in many respects.
and then without thought, without thinking about it, when the position of DPP was open, I was just offered the position. So I was like, oh, I'm now. So I tried. It was a tough job, all manner of. You know, this is Nigeria, you know, so, you know, you are the sole determinant of whether a person is going to be charged to court
or not,
go to prison or not. And this cuts across all social structures. Yes. So even, you'll be surprised at the type of people that come to ask you to intervene.
Yes.
And then you say, you've got your principle and you say no, and then you become the most hated person. So you really have to be not bothered too much about how you are perceived, as long as you are not perceived as being corrupt. So my attitude was that, look, let's try the best we can to set a standard. and be quick, because you delay a file and somebody is waiting in Kirikiri indefinitely. You know, there are a lot of issues to be dealt with, but I think we tried, because even today, some of my
colleagues,
some of my subordinates then
Yes.
are now the ones holding the positions, and they always say to me, "You are a mentor."
Yeah.
That that you did it just differently, and that's the spirit we've. And I think if you go to the ministry now,
Yeah.
I think the legacy of the time that the vice president was attorney general and I
yes.
was solicitor general,
Solicitor
we did
General.
try deliberately, because sometimes people hold office, but they are not deliberate about
Yes.
the things they want
That
to
they want to do.
change. But we were very, very, very deliberate,
Deliberate,
focused. That look, we've got to up the standards that we see, and so that was quite an interesting period.
That period, actually, when Professor Oshimbajo was the HAG
Yes.
and you were Solicitor General,
Yes.
that was like the two of you were like ready to
Yes.
turn things
Oh,
upside
yes.
down
Oh, yes.
and
Oh, yes.
rebuild.
Oh,
Right.
we did.
And you met some resistance.
Yes, especially from establishment.
Yes.
Yes, but that's normal. Change is a very difficult thing, especially when you are talking about institutional change.
Yes.
You're always going to have those who are conservative. And the reason many people don't want change is that change exposes their weaknesses.
Yes.
But when things are just the way they are, they can, basically function under the what they call below the radar, and they'll still be there. But in the end, I must say that one of the primary elements of success of the reforms, which reached across Nigeria,
Yes.
was the support of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Tinubu, yes.
He instinctively understood the importance of having a judicial or administration of justice system that worked.
Okay.
So he put in, if we'd had a resistant governor, we would not have been able to
do that. All
to
right.
do that. So that was part of the benefit.
All right. We'll take a break now.
Yes.
When we're back, we'll talk about your service as Commissioner for Lands.
Okay.
Yes.
That was.
You're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. I'm still talking with Fola Arthur-Warri, the first and the only so far Commissioner for Lands in Lagos State.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
There was a commissioner under Jakonde.
Oh, there was.
But after Jakonde,
After-
for 20-something years, there
Something.
was.
Okay, so you were not the first.
So I was the second.
The second. Okay, let's just say that you found yourself serving as Commissioner for Lands.
Yes.
Yet there is a Lands Bureau
Yes.
established by law.
Yes.
And the function of the Bureau is actually to manage the
Yes.
landed
Yes.
resources
Yes.
of the
to
state.
advise.
To
It's
advise.
really to advise the governor on what to do with particular land schemes, etc.
Yeah.
And to present him with a list of, say, allottees
Okay.
that have fulfilled the conditions for whatever. So they are like the managers,
Yes.
but the final say is
with
the
the
governors,
according to the law.
According to the law. And then he has the power to delegate
That.
to a commissioner. That was me.
Okay.
So when I was appointed, there was also a gazette which vested his powers, subject to his review, of course,
Yeah.
in the commissioner, which was the first time in 20-something years that a commissioner could himself grant title.
The grand title.
Yes.
And then I noticed that after that, there was now this further devolution of the powers to sign a CO.
Oh, well,
and
no,
all that.
not, yes.
Yes.
It wasn't absolute. There are two types of COOs that were issued.
Yeah.
One is where the governor makes a direct grant,
Okay.
and that's signed by him or his delegate.
Yes.
And that delegation must be specific in a legal notice.
Okay.
The second category is those COOs that were applied for by individuals who already hold the title in lands pre 78, you know, and then those are the ones that the commissioners and so on could sign, plus consents, you know, to mortgage, consent to assign, but a direct grant only the governor can and then sign the seal.
Now let me ask a question. Let's review the administration of lands generally in Nigeria. Since 78, that's about 43 years now.
Yep, that's right.
How would you say it has fared?
Look, let's be honest with ourselves. Over time, for me, administration of processes has not been that efficient, generally. You know, and you can see that every time a new regime comes, for instance, like Ogun State is talking about ECOO, Lagos State is also in that. But the you know, the computerization of processes is not in itself a solution. That's just a tool. You still have to do the hard work of determining which documents get, you know, treated priority, which one is valid, which isn't, before you now the process. So I think that number one is that I think when we created multiple states, right, from 12 to now 36 plus the FCT, which is 37, I think that, number one, records became mutilated, because, you know, this is Ekiti and Ondo. Then you now cut this one off, and then you have a problem now of which records are we relying on and so on. And then the quality of staff, you know, some people got promoted very quickly because either on indigent basis or whatever, or there's a vacancy because others have gone to, they need to be filled. So a level 12 officer, boom, is up there and so on and so forth. I think also, and I know that I could be attacked by this, but I've been in this system. I don't think there's enough seriousness about the way we approach things.
That's deep.
As a people.
That's deep.
Yes. To be serious, to be committed, to have a target and say, this is where we are going. I think we are easily distracted. It's a cultural thing. And when you look at our educational system, it just teaches subjects, you know, geography, you know, philosophy. We are saying, no, teach people the benefit of discipline, of intent. That, look, check the movement of the British civil service, which is deemed today, apart from maybe Singapore, to be one of the most efficient in the world. This is a civil service. England may be a small group of islands, but my God, they are influenced. They're everywhere. They've got the British Council. They've got this. They've got what do you call it? Embassy, high commissions all over the world processing visas, you know. And you find that what they do is they give you time. They say time. They say, in 3 weeks, you will hear from us. And indeed, you will hear from them. In 6 days, you will, you know, it's because they are serious. You won't see a British civil servant attending a social event during the week. It's not possible. But in Nigeria, somebody will have an event on a Thursday, and from 1 o'clock, every top person in that space is over there, surrounded by, you know, bottles, tables with small chops. And meanwhile, you know, your workspace is you are supposed to end at 4:30 or 5.
How do we solve that?
And it's leadership. If the leader says, what, you are inviting me to are you nuts? It's leadership. You see, for me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since 99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion.
Nifa, let me ask you about that. Why must there be an inauguration of
a basic mundane, you know, road.
Why must there be? Why must that hold?
Is the nature, look, it's because it's a cultural thing.
But we didn't see it growing up.
It was there, I assure you, but not as, you know, because now it's also a business.
Yes.
Because when you do the inauguration, some people are going to supply umbrellas. Some people are going to, you know, do the canopy.
Make food.
It's the way it is. The way it is. It's just the way it is. But you know, the question is, how do you control it so it doesn't become the dominant culture? How do you must be able to say, look, I was watching a video of Boris Johnson, Prime Minister, running to catch a train, running.
Yeah.
The train is not going to wait for you. You are the Prime Minister, but that train runs on its own schedule.
Yes.
And then some lady in the crowd say, "Hi, Boris," very casual, very informal. We need to, you know, I'm not saying that we're going to be like the British, but I think we need to demand more of our leadership. We need to be less, you know, what's the word? We are very...
we're too tolerant
and too, you know, worshipful of the leadership. You are my servant. You are supposed to, you know, you are supposed to work. So I think part of that's my view, and I speak of it as an insider. We are not serious. I'll give you one simple example. We have no respect for time. That's you can't make progress if you are not respectful of time.
Of time.
So punctuality is an English thing. I watched an interview where this guy was going around London just asking people their views about lateness. So there was this air hostess, obviously going to catch a train to Heathrow or whatever, walking, and then the guy said, "Excuse me," yes, said, what do you think about people going late for an appointment? She just said, "It's a bit rude, isn't it?" And she just kept going. You know, people have got, look, what makes the British people is that British people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules. Those who want the service don't follow the rules. If you give them a list of documents to attach to their application, they will not attach it. Something will be missing, and then they start telling you, "Hey, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? We can't serve you." But somehow we, you know, so we nibble at the edges of everything, and it just doesn't hold together. And then, of course, the third is profound levels of corruption. Profound levels that are scary. Quite scary.
You see, because you're talking corruption now, let's jump to that.
Okay.
Let's look at it this
Yes.
way. There are many laws against corruption in Nigeria.
There are.
In fact, too many laws.
Yes.
Right?
Well,
too many.
All right.
But I think the major problem is enforcement. Right? For instance, someone embezzles. It's proven to have embezzled money and all that.
Yes.
And big names.
Yes.
We just hear it.
Yes.
We don't know when they go to jail. We
or
don't see
if,
anybody go to jail.
Yes.
Right? And then...
And even if they do...
Even if they do, we don't see it.
The Court of Appeal will say, no, it's wrong. Start the trial again.
So what is that showing us?
The level of corruption in any country indicates the level of acceptance by people generally. We know when we attend a wedding, right? We know that this level of expenditure is beyond the man's legitimate. We know these things. When a man buys a particular type of car, of a particular model and year and model, we know that this is not ordinary. Because another thing about corruption is that the money has no value. It's not something that's worked for. So we are casual about it. People just, we know, Lekon, you and I know how much some people spend on their side chicks. We know this thing.
Yes.
And so you ask yourself, and you made a point earlier when we were talking about it's not just government.
Yes.
Because government, at least you even have some rules, as you said, and that's a very profound statement, the observation you made. That government has Procurement Act,
there are processes,
public finance, there are processes, there's a budget, there's a head, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And then you have private sector.
Yeah.
We know how many. We know what happened to Guinness before it was recovered by the owners.
Yes.
People were being shot, remember? Accountants were being shot.
Yes.
We know what happened to Lever Brothers.
Yes.
And we know what happened to banks.
Banks,
the banks were just used as whatever. But even in respect of banking and corporate and so on, there are laws. There's CAMA, you said it, enforcement.
Yeah.
I think a people who do not really, like I said, we're not really outraged by corruption. I think when we're outraged is when we are not part of the meal. I think that's when we get, because you find people who spent all their lives talking against corruption and misgovernance, and then they are given a position.
That sounds like Pini Jason's theory of corruption.
That's it. I'm not at the table. I'll complain until you allow me.
I'm there.
And there are many ways of getting people to shut up. There are, you can give them awards. You can, it doesn't have to be cash. It's just influence. And, look at the situation with escorts, police escorts. That's corruption. That is an abuse of public office.
Yes.
How can you give one individual 5 armed policemen that I am paying for as a member of the public? So that's why I say Nigeria is we are very loose with discipline.
But how are we going to reform our society? We can't continue.
Do you want me to give you an honest opinion?
Yes, please.
I do not see us reforming anything soon. First of all, there are too many opinions about what the morality of a state is. There's no consensus that this is how. What China has been able to do is develop a consensus that, look, and that's why people argue that democracy is not a one-size-fits-all proposition.
It's not.
It's not. Look at China's growth. You may say, oh, they are oppressing the Uyghurs. They are doing it, but they are developing and taking people, millions out of poverty.
Yes.
You look next door at India, chaos. Look what has happened with the majority rule of the Hindu.
Yeah.
Now, nationalistic, ultra-Hindu, whatever is now the order of the day. And the state is essentially threatened at its core. Once your democracy is not able to provide an equal, not equal money, but equal opportunity and equal rights to worship as I like. Look what they did with the cows. Because the Muslims still eat cows. They started mob attacking people in what's the Pradesh or whatever.
Pradesh.
So I think if you look at Nigeria, I think that I'm not sure that multi-party democracy is the answer now. I think the regret that those of us who were old enough during military rule have is that the military itself were unable to avoid the ethnic and other, and the corruption. And if they had had the discipline of even a Pinochet of Chile, Pinochet, when he became president, Chile was a broken country, typically Spanish in its attitude, with no concern about time and order. But Pinochet, when Pinochet attended an event, he's there ahead of anybody who comes there after, you're out.
Yes.
And over time, Chile became, yes, we know there are excesses, fine.
Yes.
There are excesses in democracies too.
Yeah.
America was a democracy when it was killing Allende in Chile, killing the Iranian man. So, there's no perfect. I just want a system that can provide a level of stability and order, and not have a currency that is 150 to $1 5 years ago, and today is over 500. And that's why people are leaving.
Yes.
Because they are like, what's going to happen tomorrow? Sort of thing. Okay. So I think corruption is basically, for us as people who were aware after independence, nothing new. You go and read the Foster Sutton report of 1947 indicting Zik and the African Continental Bank. You read the Coca report of Western Nigeria and so on. Then you read, in Foster Sutton also talked about the local government in the Eastern region. Yeah. Corrupt top to bottom. You couldn't get a job without being corrupt. You couldn't get a contract without being, it's with us. It's nothing new.
That means that we need to do something in terms of our psyche.
But the problem is that we are so fragmented that unless you get a leader that is able to rise above all the ethnic, if it's not, we are always labeling people. We label them, Obasanjo is, Tinubu is this, Buhari is that. Nobody comes and is able to just rise above all the, the hoi polloi, and then make his voice the dominant voice.
Okay.
That's all.
We'll take a break now.
Okay.
We'll continue shortly.
Okay.
Stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is still Mr. Fola Athowari. We're talking about things to do to change the country.
Yes.
But the picture is so dire. It's gloomy.
Look. First of all, let us acknowledge that everybody looks to the government, right? The government. The government cannot magically change the people who are inclined not to worry too much about corruption. I don't care what people express, all kinds of anger, they write on WhatsApp and so on, but give them a little temptation. In 8 cases out of 10, they'll bite. They'll bite. So check our history. We've had various attempts by people at trying to change, if you like. You had Muritala Muhammad, who's probably the first, that came out and said, we're going to deal with this. But Nigeria has always stopped short of taking the most drastic action. Look at Jerry Rawlings. Ghana would not be the country it is today. Yeah. It's not a perfect country, but it's clear where its direction is going. If he hadn't lined up those people at the beach and shot them, judges, generals, whatever, and that people said, the man means business. So it changed the psyche. Here, we're always giving people an out. Somehow we will excuse it. We'll say, after all, he's our brother, let him do this. Or you convict a man after an 11-year trial, and then the Court of Appeal on some technical grounds say, no, sorry, we're setting that aside, you have to start all over again. There's no promise of justice in this system of ours that people are going to get, because if you look at the African psyche, that's why the Chinese did not adopt the British system of justice. It's too complicated. This, what do you call it now? My head is going to let me down now. What you call, two sides against each other. Adversarial.
Okay, adversarial.
It's just ridiculous. Where, you are presuming innocence. Why do you, on what basis do you run a system that presumes innocence? The French don't do that. Many European countries, they adopt the inquisitorial, rather than adversarial. They say you have been accused of this. prove yourself innocent.
Okay.
But here they put everything, and then although the state carries the weight of all of that, it's not properly resourced. Its mechanisms are not properly resourced. Everywhere I've been across Nigeria, when I've been doing seminars for prosecutors, which I still do, the number one complaint is resources. Either vehicular to get you to a particular court, books, everything, pay, robing allowance, all of it. So to me, a state has to be, that's why I said we are not serious. If we were serious and we really want to kill corruption, we won't be relying on the European Union to fund EFCC. Right? You give the Senate of how many people are in that place? 400 and something. Billions of naira. To do what? I ask you. There are enough laws. You said it. In fact, if we shut down the Senate and the House, the country will run because there are enough laws. We've been passing laws since and even the ones we adopted from over there, plus new ones. If we said to the Senate and House, go for 5 years, we'll still be able to run the country. They don't do anything in particular, to me. So I think a country, you see, we seem to spend half the time in governance on politics, and the other half so-called on governance. Because look at what's happening with the APC and the Buni, and who should it be and who it shouldn't be. And
that's even a question I wanted to ask you. Where the courts have not clearly made a pronouncement, is it right for legal pundits or political pundits to start ascribing?
It's the nature of the beast. If the court order is not clear, a court says you can't be this and that, right? That's what the court says. So everybody says, oh, you see, they're going. Then the same court said, but in this case, because he wasn't joined, he's the one. That for me is, look, it's the principle that we want. Not the technical, it's the principle of substantive law. If indeed the principle is that you cannot be two things at once. The fact that you were not joined to a case does not mean you still
shouldn't mean anything.
You should not be a beneficiary when the principle has said you are excluded. So that's the thing. Even the courts sometimes are, what's the word I will use? The courts are sometimes vague. Deliberately so, I can't say. But sometimes it's as if they don't put enough thought into the implications of the judgments they give.
Because it's very funny. Someone is saying now that, the job is not a paid job.
It's not a paid job.
But it's a job.
That's it. That's why we said the principle is not the pay. It's not the pay. It's the conflict of interest that's likely if you hold on to these two positions. You are supposed to be serving your people as governor, not chairing a party. So, but that's Nigeria. And that's why I say sometimes you can't. It's difficult to take us seriously.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing the fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged, and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight. Okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is. Very small and tight, compact. Now, within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now, when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space, and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I've said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now, what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally, there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says, I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, things what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to. It's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues, in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at an older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvine has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvine, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So there are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. these can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, it's flowing down. So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it, no painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example now, this is lion. A lion represents our king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or olden building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Good afternoon, man. Thanks for joining us on the news brief on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, journalists seeking to visit the site of the collapsed 7-story building in Banana Island, Lagos State, have been denied access to the estate. The reporters from various media houses have been asked to wait outside the estate gate. Most of the journalists told our correspondent that they have been waiting for over 2 hours. Reacting to the reason behind the action, the estate management said they don't want hoodlums to gain access into the estate in order to forestall breakdown of law and order. The management, however, provided a tent for the waiting journalist.
What's going on? This is security measure. I came to you in the morning. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. I told you. And this. That the PRO will invite you at the right time. Excuse me. And that does not give you the room. Excuse me. That doesn't give you the room to force yourself into the estate. There are security protocols in here. And I told you all of that before. I addressed you. There will be a press conference. All the press will be here. I have spoken to you, and I told you, you can't force yourself in. It's wrong. This is, I don't know what to call this.
But somebody called us to come in.
Who?
Somebody called.
Nobody called you.
Are you aware there's freedom of the press?
What?
Are you aware there's freedom of the press?
There is freedom of the press, but you cannot force yourself in. You can't force yourself. We gave you a bail. We're going to attend to you.
We've been standing there for hours.
You'll be standing there for hours. The PRO will come around to talk to you. I have attended to you in the morning.
However, when is the PRO coming?
The PRO is going to talk to you.
When is he coming?
I can't get. He's going to attend to you. Like I said, he's going to attend. You can see how.
Meanwhile, the Lagos State government says it has begun an investigation to unravel circumstances surrounding the collapse of a building in Banana Island, Ikoyi area of Lagos on Wednesday. The building caved in when some of the construction workers on site had closed for the day. Some of them were, however, injured as a result of the collapse. Deputy Director, Public Affairs, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, Mukaila Sadosi, said the Commissioner, Tayo Bangboshe Martins, was on the site to assess the situation and flag off investigation. In other news now, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has nullified the ward and local government congresses of the All Progressives Congress APC conducted for the purpose of nominating its candidate for the Kogi State governorship election billed for November the 11th. In a judgment delivered by Justice James Omotosho, held that the said congresses, which held on February 7, were not conducted in compliance with the provisions of both the Electoral Act 2022 and the APC's constitution. It therefore ordered the leadership of the party to conduct fresh ward and LGA congresses with strict adherence to Section 84 of the Electoral Act 2022 and Article 13 of the APC constitution. The judgment followed the suit that was brought before the court by aggrieved members of the party led by one Rilwan Okpanachi. Justice Omotosho held that there was merit in the case of the plaintiffs, even as he barred the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing any candidate of the party that emerged from any primary election conducted with a said unlawful list of delegates.
The APC in Kogi State ought to have conducted special world congresses to elect delegates that will eventually elect the party's candidates for the governorship election, but none was conducted at all at any ward. And it was based on that our clients approached the court to say, look, there was nothing, but they just saw a purported list submitted, and that the list should be set aside. And the court granted it, and even warned that the days of impunity, political impunity, are gone forever, and it will not be tolerated, and advised the parties to go and conduct congresses prior to the nomination of their candidates.
We are in court to strengthen democracy at the state level, to entrench rule of law and internal democracy. And we thank God that the party has seen the fact of the case from our own ends and has given a judgment that is favorable to every party. And we appreciate all the members of the party at the state level and the leaders who supported us in the course of this struggle. Our case is not against an individual or anybody, but is to fight for the right thing to be done within the party and avoid some of the avoidable mistakes that cost us so much in other states such as Zamfara, Rivers State, and of late even Nasarawa State. And we also thank the leadership of the party, because the last time I met with the National Working Committee, presided over by the national chairman, we discussed as to what can be done to bring justice to the parties in the state. And we said, no, the only thing to be done is to do direct primaries. And if you must continue with indirect primaries, then you must do delegate election, Congress, that will throw up legitimate, Congress. And he assured me that he was going to ensure that we do direct primaries.
The National Secretary of the PDP, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, has emerged as the PDP's governorship candidate for the November 11 Imo State governorship polls. This followed the PDP's primary held on Wednesday at the party's secretariat along Okigwe Road in Owerri, the Imo State capital. Anyanwu is expected to challenge the re-election of Governor Hope Uzodinma of the All Progressives Congress, APC. The Supreme Court had sacked Ihe Dionha as the governor of the state in January 2020 after 7 months in office. Off-cycle governorship elections are expected to be held in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo State on the 11th of November.
I know there's a task ahead, and I intend to show that by the special grace of God and the support of Imo people, this task will be achieved. I live here in Imo State. All my political life is here in Imo State. Like I said, Imo people know me and I know them. We have only one achievement: to bring back peace, to bring security back in this state. And that we're going to do with the help of others. It's not just me. I'm just going to be the driver of the vehicle. And I have others that will be occupants that will support me in this task. Okay, we know. First of all, all of you stay here in this state. One, for us to achieve and develop the state, there must be peace. First of all, have to secure the state. Our major point is to secure the state. To be able to revamp the economy, we are going to invest in the youths, and we are going to carry along the people in our decision.
In a related development, the governor of Bayelsa State, Doye Diri, has been declared as the PDP flag bearer for the upcoming governorship election scheduled for November the 11th. The announcement was made by Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State, who served as the chief returning officer for the party's primaries. Adeleke announced that Diri emerged victorious with 305 out of 1,315 delegates who were present at the Gabriel Okara Cultural Center in Yenagoa, the state capital.
By the power vested in me as the chairman, chief returning officer, I hereby declare Senator Doye Diri as the winner of the election.
Today, we have had one of the best primaries in the history of our party in Bayelsa State. It is therefore with this utmost joy and a very grateful heart to all of us in the People's Democratic Party, the leaders, the followers, and all alike, I do accept your nomination as the candidates of our great party, the People's Democratic Party, to contest the November 11th gubernatorial elections in Bayelsa State.
I've not heard of anybody who wanted to contest with him and was deprived of it. The man has done well, and all of us feel he should go back without any antagonism, without any disturbance. So it's going on. See the achievements I've been making in the state. They are marvelous achievements, silent achievement. It's achieving in all the local government areas of the state.
Doye Diri is somebody who have come to unify Bayelsa. Is somebody who doesn't segregate people on party lines, who have come to bring everybody together.
Staying with party politics, the People's Democratic Party in Zamfara State has denied using military personnel to win the governorship and state assembly elections in the state. The opposition party insists that Governor Bello Matawalle should tender an unreserved apology to the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff for accusing military of being partisan during elections. The chairman of the PDP in the state, Mukhtar Luga, stated this at the press conference in Gozo. He says Zamfara electorate massively voted the PDP and its candidate following the inability of the governor and the APC to deliver on their campaign promises. Luga added that the PDP has not in any way engaged the army of any security outfit to defeat the incumbent governor, Bello Matawalle, and other APC candidates.
They are bitter in defeat. I think they underestimated us, and maybe they saw civilians and they thought they were soldiers. I don't understand how that happened. So basically, I think the governor was misinformed. I think what he said is actually not fair to the soldier, to the army itself. And I think he should apologize to the Chief of Staff and Chief of Defense Staff and Mr. President for even thinking that soldiers will come all the way from Abuja to do any politicians with it. It's an insult on the Nigerian life.
And now to Niger State, where the State Independent Electoral Commission has revealed that all arrangements are set for the conduct of the supplementary elections for the State House of Assembly seats in 15 polling units of 4 local government areas. The Rek Ahmed Yushur Garaki made this known at the stakeholders meeting at the INEC headquarters in Mina, the state capital. The supplementary election is set to hold on the 15th of April, that is the Saturday.
We have done a very good job, but we should also acknowledge where there are some pockets of problems here and there. We will also look at it critically and try to see how we can, if not eradicate it all, to minimize so that this supplementary election at the end of the day, it will be better off than what we did.
And now to Kano State, ahead of the supplementary polls slated for this Saturday, INEC and police in the state have assured of a peaceful and rancor-free poll. This was made known in a stakeholders meeting with the police, civil society and political party representatives and the media at the headquarters of the electoral umpire. Ambassador Abdul Zango, the Katno resident electoral commissioner in the state, while assuring of a free and fair election, said incidents of violence is the reason the supplementary elections will be conducted. He pleaded with political parties and their supporters to eschew all forms of violence and seek redress through legal means if unsatisfied with the result. On his part, Ma'azza Mohammed, the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of operations, warned all political party supporters and those planning to cause violence to desist to face the full wrath of the law.
Election is an abnormality, is an aberration in democracy, and we are determined to change that narrative for Canada. And inshallah, on Saturday, we will do this election, we will declare the full results, and no more, no less. And anybody who feels not satisfied, he has the right to seek redress through legal means. Please continue to believe and have confidence in the process. We will do justice. We will be there. We will provide the enabling environment for everybody to feel and accommodated. We will conduct free, fair, credible elections. We want you to believe that we will do that.
As we make massive deployment, I'm sorry to say, so also for political parties, we will make massive deployment of political talks. We are ready for them. I swear. We will not be taken for granted.
From Adamawa State now, the ruling People's Democratic Party and the All Progressives Congress APC are now mounting pressure on INEC ahead of Saturday's April 15 governorship rerun elections. The supporters of the two political parties thronged into the INEC office in Yola, demanding credible and acceptable polls at the end of the exercise. Speaking on behalf of the APC demonstrators, Smart Edward said the Supreme Leader of the Native Worldwide had called on the Adamawa Electoral Resident Commissioner not to be partisan, but should summon courage that so that the people's vote would count. Other speakers expressed confidence that their preferable candidate would emerge victorious at the end of the exercise.
We have come to INEC office here to affirm that Binani has a date with history. Binani has been chosen by Almighty God to lead, and no form of blackmail should be used against a woman going into politics. We are all sons and daughters born of women.
Of people be truncated to see voters' opinions become relegated to just the dustbin. Impossible. I thank you all for taking this bold step. This is what democracy needs. People stand up, enforce their rights, insist on it, and people, institutions like INEC, make sure that things are done in a proper way, dispassionate way, and in this instance, the PDP is the winner in Adamawa.
The elections haven't been declared inconclusive, and a supplementary election has been fixed. It is obvious that different interest groups, particularly political parties, will continue to make demands. And these demands have been expressed in form of peaceful procession and the rest of them.
Away from political matters now, the Minister of State for Transportation, Ademola Adegboroye, has disclosed that the federal government will procure as well as install baggage scanners in train stations traversing Abuja, Kaduna, Kano cities. Adegboroye revealed this to newsmen on the outcome of the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo at the State House, Abuja. He stated that the devices were necessary because of the need to enhance security of lives and property in the aforementioned railway facilities. And now to other parts of the continent. A malaria vaccine developed by Britain's Oxford University is to be used in Ghana, the first time it has received regulatory clearance anywhere in the world. Professor Adrian Hill, chief investigator of the R21 Matrix M vaccine program and director of the university's Jenner Institute, said it marked the culmination of 30 years of malaria vaccine research at Oxford with the design and provision of a high-efficacy vaccine that can be supplied at adequate scale to the countries who need it most. Last September, Oxford announced that a booster dose of the new malaria vaccine maintained a high level of protection against the disease, expressing the hopes that the inexpensive injection could be produced on a large scale in a matter of years. The international research team suggested the vaccine could represent a turning point in the fight against the mosquito-borne parasitic disease which killed 627,000 people, mostly African children, in 2020 alone. Moving away from the continent now, India's Financial Crime Fighting Agency has opened an investigation into alleged violations of foreign exchange rules by the BBC. The investigation comes months after tax authorities searched the British broadcasters' offices in Mumbai and New Delhi. The Indian agency, the Enforcement Directorate (ED), issued a notice to the BBC in March and questioned some employees earlier this month. An ED spokesperson did not immediately respond to calls and a text message seeking comment. The BBC did not immediately also respond to an email seeking comment. In business news now, the next administration after President Muhammad Buhari will begin the repayment of the $800 million loan approved by the World Bank as subsidy palliative. Last week, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, revealed to State House correspondent that the federal government had secured $800 million from the World Bank to provide post-petroleum subsidy palliatives for over 50 million Nigerians ahead of June this year. The financing agreement document for the National Social Safety Net Program scale up between the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the International Development Association of the World Bank and was obtained on Tuesday. The objective of the project is to expand coverage of shock-responsive safety net support among the poor and vulnerable and strengthen Nigeria's national safety net delivery system till June 2024. The document signed by the Nigerian Finance Minister and the World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Shubham Chaudhary, on August 16 last year revealed that the loan was concessional financing. Entertainment news now. Reggae legend Josh Shaka has died just days after revealing a new tour date. Ja, who was also known as Zulu Warrior, was a pioneering member of the roots reggae Jamaican sound system in London. The producer had only recently announced a new tour date for August 19 in the days before he passed. The news was shared with a Twitter post and accompanied by a photo of Shaka DJing and was captioned, quote, "Rest in power, Josh Shaka," end of quote. His cause of death is currently unknown. Celebrities from around the world have trooped to his social media pages to share their condolences. Finally, in sports news, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has revealed that his utmost dream is to win the African Footballer of the Year award. The last Nigerian to win the award was Nwankwo Kanu in 1999 when he edged Ghana's Samuel Kuffour and Ivory Coast Ibrahima Babayoko on the gong. Thus, Osimhen made this known in an interview that it has always been his dream to be African Footballer of the Year. The 24-year-old Nigerian international is the highest scoring African player in Europe's top 5 leagues with 21 goals, and he is third overall behind Manchester City's Erling Haaland and Harry Kane of Tottenham, who have scored more goals than the former Lille striker. The pair has so far scored 30 and 23 goals respectively. Osimhen, who joined Napoli for an African record fee of 81 million euros, will however face stiff competition for the award from Liverpool's Mohamed Salah, Bayern Munich's Sadio Mane, as well as Manchester City's Riyad Mahrez. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV African Lifestyle. You can also view us from LimeX and LimeX.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo Anene and I'm joined by my amazing co-anchor today, Unoma, who saved the day, by the way. Hi Unoma, how you doing?
Hi Chinelo, how you doing?
I'm well.
It's just us in the building today,
just
isn't
just
it?
two of us, just the two of us. Like we'll see.
Oh boy.
But yeah, it's been quite a day for me. I'm not feeling too well. Cold. I think there's something in the air.
I
right?
did feel, earlier in the week, I've been struggling. I struggled on Sunday, I struggled on Monday and Tuesday. It's today that I'm feeling slightly better. But yeah, like you said, there's probably something in the air.
I think so too. Okay, yes. You know who is not in the studio? She won't be in the studio for a while. So yeah, I'm going to be your amiable host for the next couple of days. I'm happy to do so, and I hope we have a lovely time as always. Okay, so here's what we found as today's quotes. It's time to end the brain drain and move to brain gain. It's time for a great mind of Nigeria to return home. You are the mind we need, doctor. And this is by Deji Olukotun. When I saw this, I was like, okay, well, true. Because I remember yesterday, or day before yesterday rather, my mom called. She was supposed to go to the hospital for her routine checkup and whatnot. And then she called me at night. And
there were no doctors.
There was no doctor to attend to her. You know, it has never hit home like that before. I was like, really? She said, they said all the doctors are not available. That the one doctor that they kept calling said he's not coming. And I was like, wow. Now this is serious.
Well, I've almost hit rock bottom. That's what it is now.
Anyway,
it's scary.
As you may already know, a bill seeking to curb brain drain by mandating Nigerian medical doctors to practice for at least 5 years in the country before going abroad has passed for second reading in the House of Representatives. The proposed legislation titled Bill for an Act to Amend the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, Cap M379, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to mandate any Nigeria-trained medical or dental practitioner to practice in Nigeria for a minimum of 5 years before being granted a full license by the council in order to make quality health services available to Nigeria, was sponsored by Honorable Ganiyu Johnson. Today, we have Dr. Johnson Babajide Oriyomi and Dr. Safina Aldo here to discuss the brain drain and why doctors are leaving Nigeria. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
You are still watching Ways. The International Day of Human Space Flight is observed annually on April 12th to commemorate the beginning of human space exploration and acknowledge the significant contribution of space science and technology in achieving the peaceful use of outer space. The United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution on April 7, 2011, designating April 12th as the International Day of Human Space Flight. This day is dedicated to honoring the first human to orbit the Earth, a Russian cosmonaut, on April 12th, 1961. Fun fact, I've always wanted to be an astronaut.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted to be able to travel into space, you know, wear the whole space suit and all of that. But yeah, all those dreams now are...
I had two phobias, the fear of height and the fear of driving. I overcame the fear of driving. But the fear of flights is still there. It's still there. Talkers of the space. I mean, I would love to experience it. Just seeing movies and pictures that depict space, you're like, wow, it just humbles you, let alone when you find yourself in that environment. I mean, I don't know how I'll feel. I already feel some form of euphoria on Earth.
Right?
I don't know how I'd feel.
I want to know what it would feel like.
When I'll be out there.
You know, where there's no gravity and then you just have your space
float.
You float.
My heart will float with it. I don't know. My heart will probably fly away or something. But yeah, it would be so surreal.
Yes.
It would be so surreal.
Okay, what did you find for us in the news today?
Well, not as enigmatic as space and all, but Google technology company released a search trend data in Nigeria for the first quarter.
Okay.
So some of the things that people have been searching online, Google search, in the first quarter, well, no surprise there. But it covered various searches from artists, Nigerian artists, to politicians, events and activities, among others. So some of the top trending questions were like, when is, how to, and all. But some of the people who were most trending in searches that were done online were Peter Obi, number one, Tinubu, number two, Mudrik, Christian Atu, Atiku, Enzo Fernandez, Simon Ekpa, Victor Siemens, Sheyi Vibes. Yeah, and then some of the songs that were sought after were Who Is Your Guy, Ruga, Carry Me Go, So, Stability, Reach Till I Die. You know, just interesting very, and then Tobechuku by Mercy Chinwo. I was glad for that. And then some of the other top searches were things like INEC, of course, P2B, CBN with the issue of the Naira and all of that. Yeah, iRev portal, Atiku, of course, the politicians were there. Right, so it was just interesting today. I said, away from all of the politics, away from all of this bad news coming up every single day. Let's just be at peace for one day. Yes. So that was it. It was quite interesting. I just decided to share that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so well, mine is not. I won't say it's interesting. It's hopeful, but I hope that this time it is actually for real. Federal government approved 6 billion naira for maintenance of Third Mainland Bridge. You see, this one is, I don't know.
Just to cut you a little bit short there, whenever I hear these releases, I'm not excited. I'm not excited because why do we wait till last minute to just be seen to be doing something when these were things that should have been planned for and executed at the proper time? So because we are exiting now, let's just be seen to, we released 300 and something billion to education. Now we're releasing this for Third Mainland and then to buy tractors or whatever that probably were in existence before then. I mean, we need to move from this sort of governance to actually planned governance so that people can, and like yesterday when we were talking about leadership, so that people can see direction in where we're going. This is the plan. Even when I'm not there, there is a plan, and we can continue to make progress with that plan.
I mean, for me, it's not even, it's more of, okay, so now you're saying that you're releasing 6 billion naira for maintenance of that road. I can bet you, no matter, we'll go back to that road in July.
But we know.
And it's still going to be
we know.
The
last time they did some maintenance and then you went to, did you not experience, did the potholes that were there not say, hello,
the
like
same
we're
spot,
still
by
here.
the way.
We're still here, if not more.
God help us in this country. And that's why today we're now talking about why the doctors are actually leaving this country. Because I mean, I wouldn't blame anyone, right? It's quite it's an appalling situation that a country that's supposed to be as blessed as Nigeria is actually undergoing this kind of times. But like some people would say, we're just going through this trying times, and then things will get better. Well, so we hope. Anyway, when we come back from our break, we'll actually have our guests in the studio with us. See you after the break.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thank you for staying with us. Brain drain, otherwise known as JACPA, is a slang term that indicates a substantial emigration or migration of individuals. A brain drain can result from turmoil within a nation, the existence of favorable professional opportunities in other countries, or a desire to seek a higher standard of living. The chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Uche Roland, gave a keynote presentation at a symposium to discuss recent brain drain in Nigeria's health sector and its implications on health service delivery, where he said that the official statistics show that as of 2019, Nigeria's doctors to patient ratio is at 1 to 4,900. He said this number has increased as the country continues to lose medical practitioners to developed countries and that Nigeria is in dire need of health workers. He further added that from 1963 to date, Nigeria produced only 93,000 doctors, which is inadequate to cater for the general population. Research among health workers show that the UK and the United States of America are the top 2 destinations for Nigerian medical doctors to seek work opportunities, with 93% and 83% respectively. The real question is, what is the root cause of the brain drain, and why are doctors and health workers leaving Nigeria? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. You could also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. This topic, normal. Anyway, Dr. Johnson Babajide Oriyomi is an award-winning medical practitioner who bagged his medical degree from the prestigious Lagos State University College of Medicine, Ikeja. Dr. Johnson is currently the Director of Clinical and Occupational Health Services at Citron Health, a subsidiary of Ambulance Nigeria, an organization dedicated to quality occupational health and emergency care across Africa. Also, we have Dr. Safina, who's a Nigerian medical doctor in the UK, living in a town called Chesterfield, Derbyshire. She had worked for 7 years as a senior medical officer in family medicine and then oncology in Lasut, Lagos, Nigeria, before relocating to the UK. She's currently wrapping up her general practice training in the UK to work as a GP. She's passionate about medicine, humanity, and passionate about Nigeria as well. So I'm glad that we have 2 doctors speaking to us today about this jackpot of doctors.
I did mention on Monday, I didn't even know that Wednesday we were going to. I said, we need the doctors to come in to tell us how they're feeling, because up until now, we've been talking about, this is a major epidemic going on in Nigeria. What is going on, and how are the people who are directly involved, how are they feeling about it? So I'm really glad that I was here, to have this conversation. It's really painful, Chinelo. I took a story on Monday that said we have about 11,055 Nigerian trained doctors currently in the UK. Imagine that number in UK alone. You're not talking about all the other countries, Canada, all of them. So it's something that we need to discuss.
Anyway, Dr. Johnson is glad to have you here.
Johnson is drinking water.
At least thank God that we have him here.
We have Dr. Safina, who is going to check the diaspora angle to it
and tell us why this is actually happening. Hello, Dr. Safina. Welcome to the show today.
Hello, thanks for having me on as well. Thank you. Like you said, this is a topic that's quite close to my heart. I'm quite passionate about it. So, looking forward to engaging on this. Absolutely.
Okay, so first things first. Let's start from here. I remember Dr. Johnson was saying something before we came on. He said 95% of your classmates have now left the country. So let me start from there. Why is this?
All right, so for me, I think the first root cause is the financial remuneration that comes with practicing medicine in Nigeria. All right, I think it's really bad. The economic power compared to the buying price on the market is not that power. And like they say, you cannot carry your license to go and buy plantain in the market. Sure, you need to eat, you need to feed the family, you need to rent the house, and that really for most people is not working. But if you go abroad, you can, make enough to meet your basic needs, stuff that are just basic. I think second for me will also be, and I think for most people is the fact that they don't have, so you have the skills, you've learned, you're passionate about this medicine, but you get into where you need to work, there are no equipments to work with, all right? So you want to save this life, but you don't have, exactly, your hands are literally tied because you can't do what you know how to do, and that for most people can be saddening and depressing, so most people just say, instead of me staying here where my skills, I cannot use it as much as I want to, let me just go to where I have all the equipment that I need and I can save as much life as possible. And I think thirdly is going to be the issue of insecurity, and when I say insecurity, it's not things happening at the north, it's even within the hospital setting. There are stories of patient relatives stabbing doctors, beating doctors up. I've seen doctors being beaten up by patient relatives before. The doctor now became the patient, just because he was trying to save a life. So I think for those 3 things, at least from my experience, are the top 3 reasons why people are really
doctors are leaving. Okay, so Dr. Safina, let me hear from you. Why do you think why do you think this exodus is happening in the country?
Okay, so Like Dr. Johnson said, the first thing is that financial remuneration. If it's not there, there's a limit to how long any individual, no matter how nice or how humane you think you are, you can continue to remain in an environment where you feel that, you don't feel well remunerated for your skills. So no matter, the truth is, a lot of us went into medicine. We're passionate about medicine. We're passionate about helping people. In quotes, you're a nice person because you want to help, sick people. But somehow when you're placed in an environment where you're seeing a lot of people die, you're seeing a lot of people, not get access to medical care because they can't afford it. Again, 95% of people in Nigeria pay out of pocket for healthcare, which is very, very unsustainable no matter how, developed the country is. So you're watching people die. You're watching people die because they can't afford drugs. You're watching people die because they can't afford to pay for, hospital bills, admission costs, operation costs. And, so there's a limit to how much you can take. And after a while, it does it gets to you as an individual. It gets depressing. And you just start to say, okay, where else can I work where I'll be well supported, I'll be well paid, and I get to see medicine being practiced, in a standard manner as it should be. Okay, so yes, it's a lot of factors, but definitely the finances, both on the side of the healthcare professionals and even seeing our fellow loved ones, the people in the population we're serving, seeing them die, seeing them not be able to get the right. To think that people are still dying because they can't afford hospital bills of 50K, 100K, and it's ridiculous. And then now, comparing it to a system, of course, healthcare systems are different, but comparing it to a healthcare system where, someone complains of headache and they've literally done a CT scan and MRI and without paying a penny from your pocket, it's like I said, it's only a matter of time before you start to say, this is, in a way, absolutely ridiculous, and in medicine should not be like this.
Okay.
Interesting that Dr. Safina brought this up, because I had a conversation with a friend with family this evening. She said she was having some headache and stuff, and I said, oh, have you been to the hospital? And she said, yes, she was in the hospital, and she was asked to do a CT scan, and she was like, the money, because the out-of-pocket experience is no joke at all. When you see how people have to pay. That's why maybe people think that people don't consider their lives here in Nigeria. Because when you think about just me alone having to spend all of this for healthcare, no. We have more dire needs to take care of, and that's what they concentrate on. And then you see people get to the point where it's so bad that, oh, we can't help this situation. And we don't have to live like that. And it still goes back to governance, being able to put in the right kind of structure. And I will always come back there, because like I was saying on Monday, I said, why is the government they put up a bill saying, oh, doctors must practice 5 years. And it took me back to when I was in the university. I had a lot of doctor friends. Currently, most of them are in Canada or in UK or in the US. And I have one in particular that says, Norma, nothing is going to bring me back to Nigeria for no reason. He has lost some family members who did not have any business dying the way they did. And he said, Norma, I'm not coming back to Nigeria because Nigeria has nothing to offer to me. And I'm asking myself, why hasn't the government had this conversation with the people who are, you're coming up with a bill. How does it affect the doctor? Do you think of that? Is that the best incentive to keep our doctors in Nigeria? So my question, to you, Dr. Safina, and also to Dr. Johnson, is what's the government not paying attention to when it comes to our medical space? What are they not paying attention to?
Okay, so
I can start with Dr. Safina, then we'll come back to you. Okay, yeah, thank you, Norma. You know, like you rightly said, it's like, you know, using a sledgehammer to kill an ant, you know, or sometimes I even liken it to an abusive relationship where instead of the person to do what is right and make the partner stay, you decide to lock the doors and you say the partner should not escape. That's you know, it in no way does it make sense. So now, to answer your question about what the government can do, first off, if you want to keep people, you know, at the end of the day, because what this has just shown is that everyone has autonomy, you know. I can decide after I've stayed in my own country I can decide that I want to go somewhere else if I'm not being served, if, you know, if I don't feel fulfilled, you know, as an individual, as a career person, you know. So what can you, the government, do? I don't think it's right to now say, you want to make me, or let me say my colleagues back home, sign a contract or some kind of bond. Absolutely, I don't think that still obtains, you know. So what can you do instead? Of course, we call it softer skills or softer ways of, you know, handling professionals or handling, you know, institutions. First off, like everyone has said, salary is a major thing. You know, salary is a major thing. And of course, you know, it also cuts across board, you know, other professions, teachers, nurses, other healthcare professionals, you know, the police. So, yeah, we need a major overhaul when it comes to the salary structure in Nigeria. And of course, not just salaries. What are the conditions under which these people are working? How can you say you're working in an A&E? When I did a posting in A&E, I never saw a defibrillator. Used to start.
I'm going to touch on that.
Please. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
I never saw a defibrillator. And you know, now having done A&E here, I'm like, he was just God. I was saving my license and saving, you know, the patients that came in. Honestly, you're talking about doing ECGs for patients that are coming with maybe cardiac chest pain, for example. Boy. That's basically a heart attack. And these are, my colleague and I were laughing the other day. You do one ECG, and that ECG can probably last a month. So that's a rhythm of the heart strip, you know, a month or, you know, a week. And then the next time the patient is coming to clinic, okay, you've looked at it, okay, it's fine. Or meanwhile, I'm now in a system where literally you're doing ECGs before we send the patient out of A&E.
You have to do it.
At least 2 ECGs.
Yeah.
And that's in the space of 4 hours alone. So, you know, it's just amazing. That's why I said God really loves, you know, Nigeria.
In fact, we're just surviving on God's grace in this country, to be honest.
Honestly, you know, perhaps we can't take, you know, the spiritual out of it because it's amazing, you know. So, yeah, make the conditions right. Put the basic. You say you have a hospital. You say you have A&E. You say you have ambulances. Let them be well equipped. You know, look at there are standard operating protocols everywhere, not just, you know, in other professions, even in medicine. There's a standard that should be in an ambulance. There's a standard. So, you know, even if you don't have it, in Nigeria, they say we follow WHO. WHO is our standard. So go online, look at the standard. What is the appropriate thing that's supposed to be in an ambulance? What is supposed to be in an A? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Don't just bamboozle everybody and say you've opened a hospital or you're a government hospital.
Like the one in New York.
Exactly. So you know, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But yeah, and of course, I'm quite keen to hear what my colleague has to say as well.
Oh yes. Okay. Well, waiting for Dr. Johnson.
So I think I'll start from what the government should have done, right? So when it comes to policy making in healthcare, there are two strategies: push and pull. All right. The strategy, the best thing to do is to use the pull strategy, not the push like they've done. So push means, oh, we are going to lock you in Nigeria for the next 5 years. You cannot go anywhere.
But Nigerians always find a way.
Yeah, exactly. But the pull is, you know, get the incentives in place, increase remuneration, you know, put strategies in place that will want to make people stay without you even saying so. That is what they should have done. And when we say incentive, interestingly, research has shown that most workers or people, employees as it were, it's not really about the salary in itself. It's about the benefits that comes with working. The imagine hazard pay before was 5,000. They've increased it to 32,000. if you get pricked by a needle of someone that has hepatitis B, immunoglobulin in Nigeria is about 120,000. Oh my God. Compared to the 32,000 that's just they are giving you. So what is the hazard fee doing? All right, and I've seen doctors suffer this kind of headache before. When I was doing my house job back then at the government hospital, it happened to a colleague of mine. Thank God for one kind of consultant that bailed him out. Even though the guy would have been jumping up and down with, infectious disease and all. And then the crop of it for me is getting the right equipment in place in those hospitals. Like she said, what they do is they buy the one AED for the whole hospital. They will not keep it. When it's time for audits, they will now bring it back. So that they will now say, you guys have it. They will now put it back. But the AED is supposed to be in the area, the airport, everywhere, train station, and like I said, SOP should be everywhere. These are the issues. They are not trained in most government hospital healthcare workers are not trained in basic life support skills, advanced cardiac life support skills, which is in abroad. It's prerequisite, it's standard. You have to know how to do these things, and it's just so the right training, giving them the right training, the right equipment, and then remuneration and incentive is just the right way to go. Pull and then don't push
instead
people
of
away.
pushing.
And interestingly, their policy is just a joke because the UN says there's a rule in the UN that says that every human being has the right to seek
medical
welfare in a better country if you have the capacity to do that.
Thank you.
All right, so
thank you.
Policy for 5 years is just it doesn't fly anywhere globally.
Okay, I like where this conversation is going, but then let's quickly take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue from the conversation.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
If you are just tuned in, we are discussing the topic brain drain, aka Japa, why doctors are leaving Nigeria, and we're discussing with Dr. Johnson Babajide Oreyomi and Dr. Safina Aldu. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663 or Twitter to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. We're talking about the NHS. I can't believe what my ears have heard today. Now, I actually understand, because I have a friend who is a medical doctor, and he's not practicing.
You wanted to say was.
Oh, actually was, because he's no longer
practicing.
No, he's doing consultancy now with I don't know what they're called, some NGO thing like that in Abuja. That's what he does now. And anytime I ask him, he's like, please, I'd rather do this than practice medicine in this country. And I'm like, it really is that bad. Because think about it, you go to school for that long. you're in university for what, 5 years or 6 years?
Touch on that.
You do housemanship, you go through that whole rigorous process, you come out, and then at the end of the day, you are not remunerated
and now
rightly.
they're telling you 5 years.
If I'm the one, boy, I'm gonna leave. So I mean, I can completely understand where you're coming. But then I want to touch on that what you just said.
Okay, so what I was discussing at the back end was the NHIS scheme and how it's not really functional as it were, because the amount that the eventual hospital, because the way insurance works is you put money together and then when you get sick, you go to an hospital and then they get paid.
Yes.
But the amount that these hospitals get paid to offer you care is not really what it is.
And how much is that amount?
So some is as low as 700, 800 naira. Yeah, that some of these hospitals gets paid. So imagine you going to access care at the private hospital and is it 100 naira they are paying? What will they give you? What quality of care do you expect? But the good thing is, and I must mention this, because this initiative is doing well. The one that Lagos State government is doing, Ilera Eco initiative, is really, really amazing, And I think that's the way to go. Instead of depending on a national health insurance scheme, let the states pick up their healthcare system and build it by themselves. That's honestly the way to go.
But then why do we even have to wait for the states to pick it up? Why? I mean, yes, I can understand that, right? But then there's a reason there's also a national board across to be able to cover all of the country. So let's not create excuses for them and say, okay, because Lagos State is, no. The federal government should do something right about our healthcare system. And I like what Unoma has been saying. For everything she has said, it has always still come back to governance. And that's why we always talk about governance on the show, because
those are the people that we have to hold accountable.
Yes.
And if they don't know what to do, maybe we should let
tell
them know.
them.
So in that light from Chinelo, I wanted to ask, what needs to change in the healthcare system in Nigeria?
All right, so it's policy first, and then the allocation of the budget. The amount being allocated to healthcare in Nigeria is about 1.2 trillion, just about 5%, and the target should be at least 15%. So imagine, it can't really do much. And these things are driven by money, like it or not. All right. So imagine before it was about 4.7%. It was very horrible numbers. But now at least it's improving, but it's not there yet. So we need to allocate more money to the healthcare system, healthcare education, these basic stuff, compared to putting all the money in some people's salary, people in government salary, and they take the bulk of the budget. Let this percentage come to healthcare. Second is policy, like you've been mentioning, and governance and all those things. Put the right policy in place where healthcare is concerned. Healthcare policy in Nigeria is nothing to write home about. So we need to sit down, our policymakers come, have conversations around these things, and then build the right policy that can help us move forward.
Okay. All right. Dr. Safina, we've heard from Dr. Johnson, who is in Nigeria, right? So now I want to ask you, you've seen how the healthcare system runs in the UK, right? How do you think we can implement that in Nigeria?
Okay. So what I would, one of my recommendations, having, like you said, worked both home and now abroad, I'm a clinician, so meaning that, I'm not in admin, I'm very patient facing, I deal with patients, okay? So aside all the things we mentioned, health policies, remuneration, I think also the culture of what I would like to call the senior colleagues, like those you met in the game, so to speak, it also has a way on impacting those that are coming into the profession. I'll give you an example. For example, when I was doing my internship in Nigeria, I trained in Nigeria and, I did house job in Nigeria. So that's your internship period. I remember literally starting on my first day at work and they were expecting me to know everything. I was expected to know, how to do this, how to take blood samples, how to see patients with chronic illnesses, how to see someone that has been macheted and all of that. And now that I've seen, another healthcare system, I'm seeing that you can't, Rome was not built in a day. There's a reason why you're an intern. There's a reason why you're a junior doctor working under a consultant. So you have more experienced colleagues who are supposed to, sort of show you the way, show you the ropes, allow you gradually develop or build yourself. But, it's like you start up from 0 to 100 in Nigeria. Here you have something called a shadowing period. Literally any job you start, in the UK, there is something called a shadowing period. So where you get to observe, so sometimes you might not even be seeing patients, you might not even, but it's just that gradual introduction. See how we do it before you come in, before you're allowed to start to do things. And not in a, not in a demeaning way, but more like you're new here. So we're not expecting you to know everything, so that's part of what I mean by the culture. Yeah. So, and then, of course, even things like, that's, so it's, you can't, I'm a big believer in the fact that you can't be better than the environment you're in, unfortunately. Okay. So in as much as you're trying your best, you're a hardworking doctor, you love people, you want to save the whole world, what is the structure that you found on ground? So I believe our senior colleagues have a role to play in this area. I don't think it's by doing policies and saying people should stay in the country. No, when we were, when it was our turn, when we were junior doctors, we were not even driving cars. You hear senior colleagues saying things like that. And I'm like, what's the meaning of that? We were not even driving cars. These young doctors, all they want to do is drive cars and look nice.
It's the mentality.
You're like, is that what we're talking about? Yeah, my supervisor, my clinical supervisor, like I said, I'm a clinician, so I see patients. My clinical supervisor will tell me, if he sees that the way I'm looking stressed, are you sure you don't want to take a day off? I said, hey, they're asking me if I want to take a day off. Because he will tell you, he will say that if you're not well, you can't see patients. Of course. If your mental and physical health is not all right, you can't now be giving what you don't have. So that's why I said the seniors have a large role to play. So I don't think it's by expecting people should stay automatically. No. You that has been in the game for a while, what are you doing for the younger colleagues? You understand? You see a younger colleague struggling. What are you doing? Are you just there expecting? I don't know how you want to do it, but when I come in the morning, 36 patients should have been clapped. 36 patients should have taken all the blood samples for 36, all those kind of, and, and so you just have, so I just feel that, yes, government has a role to play, policies have to be in place, but even those senior colleagues in the profession, I think they have a big role to play as well.
Interesting. Let me add something here. That some people, the reason why they decide to leave the country, why they just absolutely say I'm leaving, is because of some of their experiences with senior colleagues. Because in
they
some places, some places even borderline bullying. And it's really bad. Some people say, "Oh no, I cannot face this. I need to get out of here." Because so, I absolutely agree with that. Senior colleagues need to do better when it comes to mentorship and guiding.
In fact, the conversation just brought out two things for me, and these are things that I just continue to hammer on. If who I was here say, "Hey, madam, consideration," it's empathy and consideration again, because we don't put ourselves in the shoes of. It's easy for you to post a bill. It's easy for you to put out policies because they don't affect you directly. When it affects you, then if you have the heart of the people in mind in the first place, then you will put down policies and governance that will guide them in the direction of productivity.
If it was me, what I would have, the policy I would like to put in place is a policy that bans medical tourism for politicians.
Thank you.
And then a policy that now does the pull thing, which is improve the healthcare system in your country. All right, so I'll say don't go out of the country for the next 5 years, whether you get ill or not.
Okay, they won't.
And then let's now build the healthcare system. And let's say don't say doctors don't go. You two don't go for medical tourism.
Funny enough, that was what I thought when I saw that. I was discussing with my parents, and I'm like, that's what I think. If you're saying that doctors shouldn't leave once they finish,
then you shouldn't leave for 5 years.
You shouldn't go to get treated.
Why you're in office?
Stay here. When the doctors were here, were they not still leaving to go get treated somewhere else? So now, what is it really? Anyway, now we've seen, we've seen what this has done or what this is doing to our healthcare system. thank God for these doctors that we have with us today. They've also given us, or they've preferred some solutions. And you see this one that they talked about bullying and senior colleagues. I think that's a very big deal. It is
because
a very,
it's supposed to
very
be
big deal
mentorship, like Dr. Safina mentioned.
Which happens in every profession anyway. If you're new, you start from some sort of internship, right? And then you go to become whatever it is. Yeah. But there are people that should be able to guide you, people that have been there before, who should have your interests at heart, trying to leave a better legacy for you, right? But as it is, I think the reverse is the case in our dear country.
And if I might add very quickly, in fact, while Dr. Safina was talking, I was going to ask the question of what your experience was, but you had already talked a bit about it. But the bully part and seeing mentorship, I'm sure that was somewhat of a culture shock for you. Because here everything is hard and complicated, and then somebody said, oh, take a break. Oh, are you okay? You're like, huh? Really? I'm sure you were like wondering what's behind it.
Let me give you an example.
You don't want them to think you're lazy. You're like, no, I can walk. I'm not lazy. Don't worry, I can do it. And they're like, no, there's a reason why you have, personal time off. There's a reason why you have sick leave. Use it. Because if you're not well, you cannot come and see patients. But the Nigerian in me was very keen to show that I could do it.
Absolutely.
So for me, I work with multinationals, and I had worked with guys from abroad.
Exactly.
And comparing, and what happened was immediately after my house job that I started this role, and just at the end of my house jobs, a doctor gave me an extension just because I was friends with somebody that she did not like, and she wrote it in the extension letter just like that, and said, you're going to do 1 extra month in this place, not paid, because you're allowing this boy influence you because you guys are friends. And she submitted it to the department. And nothing happened, So it's that bad. There are people that will tell you when you go to them and say, I'm not feeling fine. They will ask her, are you feeling fine? That one will say, no, am I feeling fine? All of us, we are not feeling fine. So why are you telling me that I'm not feeling fine? So it's that bad. So imagine you get into a multinational that has a doctor from the UK and is telling you, why are you not taking the break? What are you still doing here by 5 o'clock? You're done for the day. Why are you still here? The shock is crazy.
And across all the multinationals that you've had to, that has been
the culture, process.
Okay, we've heard from the horses now. And now we know that we need to do better in this country. First of all, this bill of saying medical practitioners have to stay 5 years, no, it should be abolished. I don't think we can go through this at all. It's not going to work. Let me just put it that way. And like Dr. Johnson rightly said, instead of using the push method, I think we should start approaching it using the pull method. Start to create incentives, start to make the healthcare sector better, make the remuneration better, and see if these doctors wouldn't stay. I'm not sure they're happy being away from home anyway. It's just because
risking their lives.
Yeah, it's just because it seems like it's a better opportunity for them. But if you create this better opportunity in our dear country here, I'm very sure that they would stay. Anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Johnson, for joining us in the studio today. Dr. Safina, thank you as well. I'm sure that very soon we'll come back to this, and I hope that it would be for a better purpose and not because we're still talking about this.
But she's passionate, so she's going to bring back the passion.
We can't wait to hear her say, guess what, guys, I'm coming back to Nigeria. Okay, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quotes, here it is again. It's time to end the brain drain and move to brain gain. It's time for a great mind of Nigeria to return home. You are the mind we need, doctor. And this is by Deji Olukotun. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make to do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman, your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and our Ashrebi they were all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aimed to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. My name is Iwanuse Odafen, and I'm the author of Tomorrow I Become a Woman. Growing up, my parents were very big on reading, and my dad would buy me a lot of books. You know, my mom made us read academically, like she would always make sure you had to. But then my dad would also like buy me like Charles Dickens, just like a lot of the classics. My dad made me read them, and I just loved reading. And it got to a point that I started disturbing him to buy me books, and then he would we had these book shopping days where we'd go shopping for books together. And once I finished reading the books after a while, I'd go back to him again until he got tired and he was like, leave me alone. I've always loved reading, like I explained to you, growing up that way. Well, writing actually was something I discovered pretty recently. It all started in 2015 when a friend was going through a very difficult situation. And I remember I was so frustrated about it, and I was talking to someone. The person said something I didn't agree with, basically repeating a lot of societal talk. And I was really upset by this. And I remember I told him, this friend of mine, I was like, I'm going to write about this. And he was like, can you go ahead now? Where is it? And obviously, because it sounded absurd that, you know, I had written it, then I used to write essays and I'd contributed to like some non-fiction things in school, but I'd never written like a novel, so it was a very bizarre thing to say I was going to do. But then in 2016, I had some free time because I was like in between jobs. I was applying for a job, and I was like, I want to write about this thing. I was really bothered by it, and I just started asking about writing. You don't get better. It's all that you don't get better if you don't write. And I started, and my very first attempt was terrible, but I continued, and that just gave me so much peace, and that's how I really discovered my love for writing. Oh yes, definitely. When I attended the Purple Hibiscus Writing Workshop in 2019, at that point, because I come from a very finance background, so I studied accounting, like MBA, like everything was just very finance, consulting. But it was the first time I was actually surrounded by writers. Like everyone around me was actually a fellow writer that wanted to write. And just to be honest, I think we really underestimate how much just reading other people's works, so when you actually have to workshop each other's works and just reading and being inspired, like wow, more people are writing, you know, and just listening to other people's experiences. And I remember also a lot of the tutors at the workshop were also very insightful. Just little things, nothing about writing, you never know what will change. And I remember at that point I had a draft for my novel then, and I was stuck and I didn't know what to do. And I remember Chimamanda, who was in charge of the workshop, said that particular session I was in, she said something around, you know, sometimes you're writing and then you're so focused on your agenda and you forget to tell a story. It sounds like a very simple advice to a writer, but then it clicked that was what was wrong with my draft. It was a lot. It was a very long process in the sense that, because I had to even gain confidence as a writer, I had to be sure in my own voice. You know, I had to find my own writing voice. But it was such a learning experience for me because I learned so much, not just about the subject I was writing on, but also about myself. Because several times I had to interrogate some things I'd accepted and some things I thought were normal, and because I had to also think back over my own experiences to reflect them, because I really wanted the novel to be a true reflection of society. I wanted everyone to be able to see themselves. So I'd talk to friends, and then I had to even interrogate myself that, is this, you know, why are you comfortable with this? You know, why have you accepted certain things as normal? So it was a very insightful experience. And it also taught me a lot about betting on yourself, because it's so easy to give up when you're writing as a writer, and because you get no's, there's so many like, why are you special, you know? But it really taught me resilience. I stopped so many times and I kept going back. The first draft took me about 2.5 years. Yes, so I started writing the first draft in February 2016. I had a draft by September 2018. But then I had to keep editing, and I had something close to what is published now by 2020. Yeah, so it was a long process. Okay, so it was, again, publishing. I think a lot of people don't really understand how the publishing process, you know. So generally, okay, it's different for a lot of people, and also in Nigeria is a bit different from the West. So like the very first edition of my book was published in the UK, and to do that I had to like query a lot of agents. So I got a lot of no's. Like I got over 50 no's, and from like the draft I had, and that's kind of what, you know, spurred me to keep editing my draft. But I think after the workshop in 2019, I went back early 2020 and I rewrote my entire draft in 3 weeks. And I finished it, and I just felt like I can buy this book. As I could walk into a bookshop and I can pick. I know. And I was at that point, I knew I was supposed to stop. Like this can go out, and I started querying again. I think one thing people don't prepare writers for is actually rejection and the reality of publishing. And I think accepting that you're going to be rejected is the first step. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, you know, like, why would you tell me that, you know, that's a defeatist mindset. But then that's the thing, you're going to be rejected. But then, most of the time, all it takes is 1 year. And it's about not stopping your work, just keep writing. Because the thing about writing is, the only way you can get better is actually by writing. And it's crazy, it's like, oh, but my writing isn't good, but then you won't get better if you stop. You know, it's about reading more. It's about also finding works that connect with your writing voice, works that speak to you and also improve your writing, you know. Just consistently improving your craft and never stopping. You will get no's. You get no's that, and the thing about it is accepting that those no's will come and you will be discouraged. Because you will be discouraged. I was discouraged so many times. Like there are times like I paused writing for months, like it will come. But then it's about not stopping there, refusing to allow that be the end. And just believing and having insane self-belief that at some point in the future, this will work out. And so that's my encouragement, to just keep writing and to just not stop.
Start phone switch on light on. Switching command for internal. Expectedly back, TW. Fuel tank pressure 6255. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Hello and thanks for tuning in to Space and Style. I am Olamide Onifade, your host on the show that illuminates various issues surrounding real estate, architecture, interior design trends, and much more. Today we're going to be discussing how to estimate the cost of building a home. It is very important and you should never ever underestimate that fact. And in addition to that, we have an interior designer who will be giving us some design tips. And lastly, on the artisan spot, we have, as usual, an artisan discusses craftsmanship with us. Welcome to the show. But before we go into the main part of the discussion, please stay tuned. We're going to come back in a moment. Thank you for staying with us. I am joined in the studio by architect Ladi Luis, a chartered architect and the principal partner of ASDEC ASC Design Consultant. He was the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, the Lagos State chapter. He has designed and supervised over 50 projects and still counting. 50 projects. And as I said before the break, he's going to be educating us on how to estimate the cost of building a home. Thank you very much for coming again.
Thank you very much.
Do you know you were the first guest on this show? And you know, so you're my go-to person. Yes. I said, no, I have to call her. And your swiftness, you answered me and said, I'll be there. So I'm really grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Such a short notice, and you're still here. So to going into the main discussion, where do I start from when I want to build a home?
I think first and foremost, you need to start with a vision of what you want, what kind of lifestyle you want to live. That will determine the first steps you take. What kind of a building you want. And there are so many options. Do you want a bungalow? Do you want a block of flats? Do you want a standalone building? Do you want a building that you live in also earns you money as well? So you have a lettable space in it? Do you want a mixed-use building, something you live and work with, you work in? So the varieties are there. Are you on part of a community? Okay. Or you want to be...
But so what should inform that decision? Because, I'm sorry, I could want to live in a flat, but indeed, I should be living in a duplex. Or I might want to live in a bungalow, but indeed my lifestyle. So how do I determine what is suitable for my lifestyle?
I would say, like, you determine how you choose a car. It depends on what you want. So you might look at where you're living currently. Does it meet your needs? Is that something you are looking at, or you've seen something else that fits your needs? I once designed a house for someone who had just had back surgery. and we had to tailor the design to fit into his inability to use steps and walk upstairs and, you know, be able to circulate around the space comfortably. I've had to do a bathroom for someone who is elderly, almost reaching the age of 80, and we had to take out all the existing bathtubs and make it a walk-in shower. And then make it sizable that if he lives up to another 10 years and he has to use a wheelchair, the space still works adequately. So these are extreme situations, but there are also situations where you need to look at your career. How much do I earn today? You know, how long is my working career life going to be in relation to my building? How many children are going to be part of the household? Do I have relatives living with me? A lot of questions need to be asked before a decision is taken. And most people don't realize that you spend more money building a house than anything else. In fact,
I didn't get that.
If you look at a house now, on average, you see people buying flats for 35 million and above. If you are spending $1 million a year, you will take care of some people from childhood to they're 35 years old with $1 million a year. So you see that your investment in buildings is actually much
it's
more than
probably the
anything
largest
else.
you ever do in your lifetime.
Your lifetime. That's the truth. So you need to do it well that it becomes a lasting investment.
Not where you live and in another 5 years you realize you have to move.
Yes. Or you have to pull down the building. And it's a source of worry for me today that you see some buildings, they don't last up to 20 years and they have to pull them down. And some of them are personally designed houses for clients who say, this is the kind of house I want to build. They're ready to spend as much money on it. But the building is dated. It's limited to its use that any new person picking it up 10 years after probably will pull it down or, you know, just turn it into a carcass and then remodel again. We are losing a lot of investment put into building materials. We are turning it to dust within a short period. So if you're going to do a house, make sure it's something that can last you your lifetime or you can hand over to others. And I always tell people, design what you can dispose of. That's another problem. Yes, you could need to convert your building to cash. If you build something that is not marketable, it's limited to just you and you alone.
Probably you have money at that time in your lifetime and you decide to build a mansion of 10-bedroom apartment, 4 living rooms, 3 kitchens, 20 bathrooms. And you want to sell at some point, you have a problem. Because this is life. Life can happen. It's going to be very difficult to sell that kind of property. But at the same time, if I have the money, I want to enjoy my life. Well, it is just one life.
Well, that's why some people would invest in things that others don't consider important, but they can afford to do it.
Okay.
But if you're starting off, you're a first home buyer. Okay. You need to be very careful. If you're a second, third home, fourth home buyer, you can be flexible, you can afford to play around with what you have. But you're a first home buyer, you get to look at things that you know you can hand over to the next generation.
So what's the role of location? Because I ask people, specialists like you, what should you be considering when you want to buy a property? And they say 3 things. And I say, what's the 3 things?
Yes.
Location. Okay.
Let me tell you, one of the most important things here in Nigeria, in Lagos, is accessibility. If you can access your building, where are you living there? So the roads are not good, you can't drive your car there, it's a problem. But I've heard of people who would live in a place where they have to park some hundreds of meters away and then walk on stones to get to their house.
I went to a property. Somebody asked me to come and see a property, wanted to dispose of it, so I'm the lawyer in charge. And I went to the property and you won't believe, on a 200 square meters, he put 2 semi-detached property building on it, 200 square meters. Wow. In fact, there's no parking, and both have been bought.
Well, you see,
but the location is right.
Yes, you see, when people require spaces or require accommodation, if the location is right, they will live with the limitations. Some of the smallest houses you have are in Tokyo. and there are some on slim silver pieces of land, maybe just 5 meters wide, 6 meters wide, and they put a terrace house in it.
In Tokyo?
Yes.
I thought it was Nigeria.
They're very common in Tokyo, building very small apartments.
Why? Is it because they don't
Because
have...
the land space is limited and is expensive. And Tokyo is one of the most densely populated cities in the world. You also have such buildings in New York as well. And you know the popular brownstone in New York can have almost 4 or 5 floors on just a width of about 6-8 meters.
It all boils down to location. Location.
Now, I haven't talked about Lagos because we're all vehicular-minded in Lagos. That's one.
But that was foisted or not?
Yes.
We don't have options.
Then next is security. You don't want to live where you are not safe. And I've seen people build houses and not be able to live there. Some people build houses, the streets are flooded, they can't drive to their residences, they abandon it.
Okay, just to cut you, there's this area, I won't mention it, because I don't want anybody to come and flood my timeline. There's this particular area, at the point people were moving there, building houses, and they live, and most of them work in the other side of, Lagos. Yes. And in recent times, you know what I see?
Yes.
They abandon the homes and come to Lagos to rent what's it called, the 1-bedroom apartment.
There is that trend.
What's the essence?
You see, I think people had this perception that, I need to live in a big house on my own. So I know someone who lived way, way, way out of town, and he had a driver then, so he would have to drive from that part of town to Lagos Island every morning and back in traffic. Now, a lot of what they're doing now is that, let me give an example. He was living somewhere around Ichibu, and he was working in Marina. So you can see the distance. Now, he's built the house, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's attached to it.
It's attached to it. But what you discover that it's a nightmare waking up in the morning to go to work and then closing in the evening. And I see some people who live in Ikorodu who have to leave around 4 a.m. They'll probably get to Ikoyi maybe around 5, and then they sleep in the office till 8. It's become a lifestyle. Some do it from the Ekpe axis to Ikoyi or VI.
But I would even take it. No, but that Ekpe axis too. I was going to say that's an option.
But then see what's happening. Ibitimeta now is becoming like a hostel for workers working in the island. So you see 2-bedroom apartments. You get 2-bedroom apartments being built all over the place in very tight sites. Overdeveloped, but those who live in it just want to take it for just Monday to Friday.
Okay, so what other areas should you be considering?
You should consider...
To amount to the total cost.
Yeah, you should look at traveling distances. There's what we call transit-oriented development, which is not something we develop here in Nigeria. Where when you build, you look at the mass transportation or mode of transportation required. So you develop based on the accessibility to urban transportation. So any building near a bus stop has higher value than one further away from it. So when you look at apartments online in the UK, they sometimes will give you a distance to the nearest bus stop.
Oh, definitely. Even to
schools. Distance to nearest schools, hospitals, train stations, and all that. So that you use as a parameter for choosing a location. And those locations are much more expensive. In fact, in every part of design, you analyze location. So even in a shopping mall, the shops close to the entrance and close to the escalators and lifts.
Or even the ones on the ground floor.
Yes. Attract a higher rent. If you're at a corner that people have to traverse, it attracts a higher rent. So it's the same thing with a property. And then what I tell people is this: you need to plan ahead. A building takes 1, 2, 3 years to put up, but it lasts decades. So do your planning well, do your analysis well. It's not something you rush into. Because once you've converted the money into solid brick and mortar,
it's very difficult to convert it back.
You can't take it apart. You can't move it. So you need to plan it well. So look at your plan based on a 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year rolling plan. Is it a building I'm going to use for this time period? Then I dispose of it or I let it out. It brings passive income to me, then I invest in something else. Or is this something I want to keep for a lifetime? So it's that planning that determines what you should do.
So who determines the cost of the building at inception? Okay, you would say you're an architect, but
no,
quantity surveyors would say
I would say it's the client. He has the budget. He knows how much he wants to spend. We're just going to tell him how he's going to spend it, how best to spend it, and what he'll get for it.
So what helps me to determine my budget?
Now, let me give an example. If we're in a mortgage economy, that will be determined for you based on your income. Because the bank is going to tell you how much do you earn. This is a percentage of income that you can put aside to pay your mortgage. So that's going to limit you already. But in Nigeria, we don't have that kind of restrictive systems that will guide us. So it's left to us making a decision as a client would. So a client would say, I like this kind of house.
Okay, so that brings me to this question. You see all over Lagos, you see abandoned buildings. Yes. Halfway, 5 years, 10 years. Yes. Then the builder, the property owner will return to it. What is the safety concern for properties like that?
Once you leave a building exposed to the weather, a lot of deterioration will take place. So now depends on the extent of deterioration. In fact, a building becomes safe when you close it up. So you don't have water and moisture coming to the building. Because once you leave anything to water, water destroys it. Water will soak into concrete, corrode the reinforcement. The reinforcement will rust and exfoliate and cause the concrete to break to pieces. So you see cracks coming up. That can occur.
So do you think there should be regulation regarding that? There should be a timeline of when you must complete it.
You must close up a building. If you close it up, it's closed up and moisture and water doesn't get in, you can protect a building. It's roofed, it's covered. But once it's exposed, you see some of them with algae growing on the blockwork, and the blockwork starts to deteriorate. The plaster starts to spoil off, exposing other parts of the building. Water gets into the electrical conduit pipes, rats and other insects and rodents start, boring holes in different parts or chewing things. You are going to get a lot of deterioration. So that time frame is important, that you close up a building and you protect it. And you see, that's why you have to have a budget. So the budget, it depends on your savings, your source of income.
What about anticipated income? You might anticipate that, okay, take for instance, this building will cost me so amount of money, but in 2 years' time, I should have been able to make such money. And on the strength of that, you begin to build.
That's why you should also look at working with a professional. You can now phase your development, which is another aspect of development. We have what they call, phase development. So partial occupation can occur. So you're planning a building, you can decide to build it in phases, rather than focus on trying to finish the entire thing all at once.
And it would be habitual. You can
yes,
have it to be habitable.
Yes. So you can design based on that. You can actually do a foundation, cover part of it, build a part of it. Foundation is still underground anyway, so we have a methodology of protecting it. So you simply build it in concrete, you can add a waterproof additive, you protect it. You can landscape over it, and then you open it up and continue your building much later. But you see, the planning has to be put in place. If you are expecting money, they tell you don't spend money.
You don't have.
So I think a lot of it has to do with, working with a professional who can guide you through the process. I give this example. You could start a house off and say, look, I can't afford expensive finishes, so I'm going to have a bare concrete floor. So the concrete floor is done polished, and you wax it, and you move into it. You plaster your walls, and you paint.
So what kind of design would you suggest that, what kind of designs are affordable?
Any design can be affordable. A lot of it will depend on, first, your budget. Now, I would not advise a client.
Somebody has told me about the shape of the land.
Well, yes.
Is it also a factor?
It can affect your costs, but not as significant as not planning well. I'll give you an example. If you want to build cheap, you're not going to go to a place where your foundations are going to be expensive. And it's a no-no already. Yes, the land will be cheap, but the foundation will be expensive. I've had a case where we did a geotechnical analysis of a site, and the result that came out was that we're going to do piles going 28 meters into the ground.
Jesus.
And they have to be 600 mm diameter.
And how
so
much? What's the cost of the land?
For a terrace unit there, it would cost close to about 10, 12 million for just the piling alone. Now, you see, that is going to be a limiting factor. Now, if we did a bungalow, we would have to, we also work at doing some piling there too as well. Because the soil is so bad.
So are you suggesting?
You have to sand fill. So when buying as well, to affect what will affect your budget, you've got to do all those analysis.
So I was going to say that. So are you suggesting that before you as an individual buy a piece of land,
yes,
you should do the soil test?
You should actually ask questions about the area. So you get to know generally what the topography, the soil conditions there before you go and buy. Well, before you build, you need to do a geotechnical test before you put anything physical on top of the land. Like if you generally ask anybody in Lagos now and you visit the place with a professional, they will look at the buildings. They will ask questions. What was used to build this building? What was required? There are things you can find out. So at least you have a general knowledge of what you're getting into. I've had a case where somebody bought a piece of land. By the time he was going to build it, it's because he couldn't afford it. He sold the land because the foundations were going to be expensive. And he didn't feel that, look, he could sustain the expenditure. So he sold it and moved on.
So that's it. So the terrain of the land is a big consideration in estimating
There might even be land that is solid, but has a differential in level that will require concrete retaining walls, which are also going to be expensive.
How do you determine that at the inception?
It's only a professional that can do that for you.
So if I'm going to build a property,
yes, buy even a plot.
Okay,
do an inspection.
So what is your advice?
What should I,
so I don't fall into all of this traps.
Like there is what we call the stage 0 in the plan of work when working with projects. That's when you don't even know what you want to do, and you're just talking to professionals. So you can do that.
Who should be my first person? Should be the first person I'm calling?
Well,
an architect. I know you say.
Well, I would say an architect, but I also say an experienced person in construction.
Who could that be?
Could be anybody. It could be a builder. It could be a structural engineer. It could be a quantity surveyor. It could be anybody experienced. At least that you should have friends who you can talk to. That's stage 0. It doesn't mean you have to engage somebody.
Okay.
But people you can talk to, you can run ideas with, ask questions. It's the person that doesn't ask questions always gets lost. You go along the road and you really don't want to ask anybody and you keep on moving.
But in Lagos, you get lost.
At least if you ask for somebody who knows.
No, you know what? When I want to ask people for directions, once I stop the car and wind down, God, please, if he repeats the name of that area. He doesn't know it. I just.
Of course, you know that he doesn't.
Once he repeats it, you say you are going to Adade Lola. Yes. But unfortunately, we have run out of time. So I'm so thankful that you came on a very short notice, and I hope you come in again for the topic you just discussed. Well, you're still watching Space and Style. We have to go on a short break. Please stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching Space and Style. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of the discussion with our guest, Architect Ladi Lewis. And trust me, whenever you're in the studio with him, you never want the conversation to come to an end. And I hope you've gotten a broader view of what to do when next you want to acquire a property. Coming up next is the design segment with Maureen Akike, a sales representative from ProBlind.
Hello, this is Marianne from ProBlind. I would like to welcome you to our stand that we are exhibiting in. Let me introduce the various products that we have and every person can benefit from because it's very useful and we all need it on our daily basis. We can start with the curtains. You can have different kind of curtains, sheer, main fabric or blinds. Both can be either motorized or manual. Okay, and they are suitable for houses, offices and many other places. Of course, we'll advise you to go for a blackout when it comes to conference room or to your bedrooms. Okay, this is our main part at ProBlind. Then we also do rugs. As you can see behind me, we have normal rugs that you can pick up and you can use in your house or in your office. And plus we have those custom-made rugs where you can choose any color you want, any size, and any drawing, okay? And we just do it for you as per your request. We also have other products that we are in, wallpaper, upholstery, and many other things. We can also give you a lot of advices on colors and on what to use. And our latest line is beddings. When we say beddings, we say duvet, we say pillow, we say bed sets, and many, many other things. Thank you for visiting ProBlind, and well done.
Thank you, Maureen. And to end the show this week is the Artisan Spot.
Space and Style.
Majority of these boards are imported because they are not made in Nigeria. We don't have that kind of factory yet to make those boards. So majority of those MDF, HDF boards, they are imported. Then we can cut it, then put it into different shapes that we want. Actually, one thing is that there's a kind of perspective we have as Nigerians that we believe the white people can actually do it better than us. But with this, we have the cutting machine, we have the taping machine. There's nothing different because actually the boards that we cut here are imported from those countries, and majority of those countries now they are coming to Nigeria already to make furniture for us here. So there is no big difference. Yeah, it's ideal that you learn it, because if you don't learn it and you just enter into the industry, there are so many things that you will not really understand about the industry. Now, what we do here, we cut and tape here. They can actually do it manually also. So, but if you actually go to a school like a furniture making school or something like that, yes, you have a better idea and a better perspective about the whole thing.
Space and Style.
We have come to the end of the show this week again. My name still remains Olamide Onifade, and I must thank you for watching. Until I see you again next week, this is Space and Style.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Roving Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would stack up with any book published elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just the need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? It's. Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Good afternoon, I am Justin Akadonia and this is the news update in Plus TV Africa. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, has given an update on the collapsed six-story building in Banana Island. LASEMA explained that the collapse was as a result of a truck that ran into the building. The permanent secretary of the agency, Femi Osoyintolu, confirmed that no life was lost in the incident, but recovery operations are still ongoing. The agency assured that efforts are ongoing to avoid a secondary incident on the collapse site.
We move in swiftly, promptly, effectively, and efficiently with all the primary stakeholders. And you can see that immediately it occurred, our response was swift. It's about 10 minutes. And you can see that, come and look at it. Come and look at the specialized equipment we used. And we got there, our response time was 10 minutes. We moved in with our sophisticated equipment. We used DELSA. The life side was divided into 4 quadrants. Now, and we checked each of the quadrants with our DELSA, and we did not locate anybody under the debris with our DELSA. However, because we are professionals and meticulous about what we are doing, we are using a hammer and excavator with cranes together. We started moving from one layer to another. And during this emergency response, we are able to rescue 7 people alive. Those people that were rescued were treated on the spot and discharged. It is only one that was taken to a private hospital where he's receiving adequate treatment.
Yes.
And if you can see that at the outer quadrant, we've already reached what we call ground zero. We are moving to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th quadrant. And believe me, we will get to ground zero in each of these quadrants to ensure transparency, to ensure that nobody is left in there, to ensure that the job is being done professionally. And concerning the other buildings, we are going to carry out holistic investigation.
Now, a coalition of Arawa elders has cautioned those calling for an interim government in the country to desist forthwith. The elders' position was contained in a communique read by Sulaiman Usman Jere, chairman of the coalition, at the end of a meeting in Kaduna. Last week, the Department of State Services confirmed the plot by some key players to install an interim government and stop Bola Ahmed Tinubu from being inaugurated as president. Their group said those calling for an interim government should be arrested and prosecuted. Now, the People's Democratic Party in Zamfara State has denied using military personnel to win the governorship and state assembly elections. The opposition party insists that Governor Bello Matawalle should tender an unreserved apology to the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff for accusing military of being partisan during elections. The chairman of the People's Democratic Party in the state, Mukhtar Luga, stated this at the press conference in Gozo. He said that Zamfara electorate massively voted the PDP and its candidate following the inability of Governor Bello Matawalle and the APC to deliver on their campaign promises. Now, Luga added that the PDP has not in any way engaged the army of any security outfit to defeat the incumbent Governor Bello Matawalle and other APC candidates.
In defeat. I think they underestimated us, and maybe they saw civilians and they thought they were soldiers. I don't understand how that happened. So basically, I think the governor was misinformed. I think what he said is actually not fair to the soldier, to the army itself. And I think he should apologize to the Chief of Staff and Chief of Defense Staff and Mr. President for even thinking that soldiers will come all the way from Abuja to do any politicians with it. It's an insult on the Nigerian life.
Now, the governorship candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, in Ebonyi State, Prophet Chris Adolawam, has denied being suspended by suspected aggrieved ward executives, Echaba Ward, in the state. The leadership of the NNPP of Echaba Ward in the state, led by Secretary of the Ward, Ani Okuchuku, allegedly suspended the governorship candidate Adol Awam over alleged anti-party activities. But Adol Awam, who spoke through the Director of Media and Publicity for the NNPP campaign organization, Victor Oraku in Abakaliki, blamed the former chairman of the party, Juan Solomon Chuku, who was earlier suspended for embezzling over 78 million naira meant for the party, of masterminding the rumor of the suspension. And now to health matters. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 846 Lassa fever cases across 99 local government areas in 25 states. The predominant age group affected is 21 to 30 years, and the male-to-female ratio for the confirmed cases is 10:9. Lassa fever is an acute viral hemorrhagic illness caused by Lassa virus, a member of the arenavirus family of viruses. Humans usually become infected with the Lassa virus through exposure to food or household items contaminated with the urine or feces of infected Mastomys rats. The disease is endemic in the rodent population in parts of West Africa. Now, the NCDC, in its Week 13 situation report, said the suspected cases are now 4,338, and the disease has killed no fewer than 148 persons in the country. Moving on now, the federal government and the International Organization for Migration, IOM, have evacuated 152 more Nigerian migrants living illegally in Libya. The stranded Nigerians arrived in the country via the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, on Tuesday evening. Now, Nigeria's ambassador to Libya, Kabiru Musa, said it is the third repatriation the Nigerian government and the IOM have carried out in 2023. He said over 500 Nigerians stranded in Libya have been successfully evacuated during the exercises. The ambassador commended the IOM and the Libyan authorities for their support and cooperation. Moving to other parts of the country, or the continent rather. The Sudanese army has warned of what it described as the mobilization of forces and redeployment by the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, in the capital Khartoum and other cities. In a statement, the Sudanese Armed Force spokesperson Nabil Abdullah Ali Mohammed said that RSF's movements represent a clear violation of law that the RSF had said in an earlier statement that it deploys across the country as part of its normal duties outside the continent. Now, India's Financial Crime Fighting Agency has opened an investigation into alleged violations of foreign exchange rules by the BBC. The investigation comes months after tax authorities searched the British broadcasters' offices in Mumbai and New Delhi. The Indian agency, the Enforcement Directorate, ED, issued a notice to the BBC in March and questioned some employees earlier this month. An ED spokesperson did not immediately respond to calls and a text message seeking comment, and also the BBC did not respond either. Well, let's talk business now. Now, the next administration after President Muhammadu Buhari will begin the repayment of the $800 million loan approved by the World Bank as subsidy palliative. Last week, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, revealed to State House correspondent that the federal government had secured $800 million from the World Bank to provide post-petroleum subsidy palliatives for over 50 million Nigerians ahead of June this year. The financing agreement document for the National Social and Safety Net Program scaled up between the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the International Development Association of the World Bank, and it was obtained on Tuesday. The objective of the project is to expand coverage of shock responsive safety net support among the poor and vulnerable, and strengthen the nation's national safety net delivery system till June 2024. The document, signed by the Nigerian Finance Minister and the World Bank Country Director for the country, Shubham Chowdhury, on August 16 last year, revealed that the loan was consensual financing. In entertainment news now, American actress Amanda Bynes has checked out of a mental health facility 3 weeks after she was admitted for treatment following erratic behavior and naked stroll around the Los Angeles region. The 37-year-old former older actress departed the facility of her own volition, according to a report. She had reportedly worked with the facility staff to determine that she was ready to get back to her regular routines. Now she will be entering an outpatient treatment program to make sure that she maintains the progress that she has made while being treated. She will reportedly go back to living in her own home. Bynes had previously been under a conservatorship since 2013, but it ended last year, so she will go back to having more freedom to make her own decisions. Sports news now. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has revealed that his utmost dream is to win the African Football of the Year award. The last Nigerian to win the award was Nwankwo Kanu in 1999, when he edged Ghana's Samuel Kufo and Ivory Coast Ibrahima Babayoko to the gang. Osimhen made this known in an interview that it has always been his dream to be the African Footballer of the Year. The 24-year-old Nigerian international is the highest scoring African player in Europe's top 5 leagues with 21 goals, and he is third overall behind Manchester City's Erling Haaland and Harry Kane of Tottenham, who have scored more goals than the former Lille striker. The pair has so far scored 30 and 23 goals respectively. Osimhen, who joined Napoli for an African record fee of 81 million euros, will however face stiff competition for the award from Liverpool's Mohamed Salah, Bayern Munich's Sadio Mane, as well as Manchester City's Riyad Mahrez. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex, the TV, and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
wait for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigerian artist Malik Afebwa is using artificial intelligence to reimagine elderly African people who he says are often marginalized, strutting on the catwalk. Here is more.
White-haired men and women strut down the catwalk in the latest fashions. But this is not real life. These hyper-realistic images have been created using artificial intelligence by a Nigerian artist. Malik Afebwa was first inspired to reimagine the roles of elderly African people after his mother fell ill.
I wanted to see them in a different space, and what inspired that was my personal relationship with my mom as well. So I wanted to see, always, imagine the elderly people in a place that is not either in a sad space or in a suppressed state.
The artist and filmmaker says the work is a response to the marginalization of many elderly African people in society, especially in the fashion world.
Their history speaks a lot for us that we need to learn from to know where we're going to. So why don't we tap into that? So that love for that, to find out more about them is always me trying to tap into that space. So for me trying to tap into that space already, I like to explore in terms of what are they missing out on, what's going on in society, and how can they be inclusive.
Afebwa's images, which form his Elder series, have been widely shared on social media. As well as the catwalk, they also feature settings ranging from the beach to the boxing gym, as he seeks to showcase a brighter side of getting old.
Hollywood actor and comedian Michael Blackson is one of the few African comedians to break into Hollywood. Known for his distinctive accent and his comedic style, which often involves blending African and Western cultural references, Blackson has gained a large following on social media and has performed at various venues around the world. In the second part of my exclusive interview with him, Blackson talks about the factors driving global interest in African culture. Let's take a look. What do you make of this interest in African culture in the last couple of years? What do you think is driving it?
I think everybody get a time. I think it's just our time as Africans.
It's our time.
It's our time.
I love
baby.
it.
Our time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I came here in the late '80s, and it wasn't about, it was like doing the Elder Barge and I'll Be Sure and Michael Jackson. A dark-skinned complexion man. We would look down upon it.
You were the
made
butt
fun
of the
us.
joke.
What
Yes,
about a joke?
yeah.
Like the thing about it, being raised and being in Africa, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, we never saw complexion. We never did.
Yeah.
We all thought it was just all the same.
Right.
I did not know I was dark skinned until I came to America. I didn't know I was dark skinned. I never heard of that. Right. Because we never looked at complexion. I came to America, I'm hanging out with some kids, they say, you black? I said, of course, we're all black. He said, oh no, you black as hell. I said, well,
black.
I said, how black am I? He said, you look like under the bed. That's dark. He said, I look like I have no bright ideas. He said, the difference between me and midnight is 11:59. He said, when God he said, when God said, let there be light, I was out of town. He said, I look like I smoked cigarette backwards. He told me I have to wear white gloves before I eat chocolate so I don't bite my fingers. He told me if Black lives matter, minds matter the most. I'm done with you guys. I had no idea so, you know, and now, guess what? Everybody wants to be black. Everybody wants to find their identity.
Right.
Because it's our time.
It's our time,
guys.
yes.
You know, everybody get the time. Right now is our time.
This is our time.
And
we're here, we're shining.
We're shining.
Michael Blackson, man. Really proud of you, man.
Appreciate
really
you,
proud
man.
of you. I remember when I first moved here, you're one of the comedians. I love stand-up comedy. It was not really part of our culture. Right. But I used to look at you and hear your voice, and I would connect easily with your material. Not necessarily the material, but just the voice and the speech. And the fact that you maintain that authenticity up to 20 years and you're able to leverage it to this type of success, man. Kudos to you, and whatever they gave you in Nigeria in those 3 seminal years, I think.
Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to the Igbos in Nigeria.
Now, before I let you go, I want to ask you, what is in the works for you? Like, are you any sitcoms, any specials that you're working on?
The thing with television, you know, you always advise don't talk about it
until it happens,
until it be released. You know what I mean? So I can't even talk about any television show right now. But I am in the verge of putting out a special. I'm going to work on my special this year. I want to work on my 2 personal movies this year. Besides that, I'm touring. You know, my personal mission for this year also to start the school in Liberia. I'm going to definitely do that this year.
Wow,
I'm going to start
this year already, 2023.
This year, I'm going to start it. You know.
So you're going to be busy. You're always busy. You're always working on something. So
but you know, like I told you, this is how the plan that God had for me. You know, I'm just not. You know, I realized the other day, like, you know, God picks people to do certain things. I think I'm specially picked, and I can't stop.
Absolutely.
I have to keep going, you know.
Mozambican saxophonist Moreira Chongwesa says that Africa should protect its creative economy by creating policies that protect its content creators from exploitation. Moreira, who recently released his 8th studio album, Sounds of Peace, was in the US as one of the cultural representatives of his country during the Africa Leaders Summit. He spoke to me about the need to create connections between Lusophone Africa and the rest of the continent. Let's take a look.
Africa is a continent of survival, okay? And we've always survived. Why? Because we've managed to invent, create, and recreate sometimes things that we don't have. I would probably speak about involvement of policies that would facilitate and protect our creativity. That's the biggest challenge.
Moreira wears many hats, from educator to social entrepreneur. He's been called one of the most innovative jazz artists from Africa. On his 8th studio album, Sounds of Peace, Moreira draws inspiration from the rich and vibrant cultural heritage of his homeland, Mozambique, and he hopes to pass that on to the next generation.
Mozambique is a young country, as you know, 47 years of existence, and I belong to a generation that somehow is benefiting from the other generation, like artists like Malanga Tana, painter, like bands like Yofuro, Gorowane, you understand, and many others, okay, like sculptor like Shisano, like photographer like Rangel. So today we are benefiting because also we had access to education. That's why I call myself a young African and privileged, because I had access to education. And this is one of my main focus through my foundation and the projects I do, is that we have to try and find a way of involve these young kids, because we have a young population, but maybe not trying to copy what they do in America or not trying to copy what they do in Japan. Probably looking at where we at and try to create a model that fits the necessity and the circumstances of our communities.
He credits his country for providing him with the right environment to pursue his creative endeavors.
I've studied music from the age of 7 as an extracurricular activity in the beautiful city of Maputo at what we call Escola Nacional de Música. Escola Nacional de Música is National School of Music. The National School of Music was probably one of 6 or 7 institutions that our government at the time created after our independence in 1975. Okay, so just to say that my government in my country at the time understood the importance and the relevance of culture. They've created the National School of Music. They've created the National School of Dance. They've created Companhia Nacional de Canto e Dança, which is a national dance company. They've created art schools. So there was this interest.
Moreira says that for his new album, he engaged all aspects of Mozambique's creative community and wants to use it as a vehicle to bring in more young people into the global conversation about African jazz.
This is a copy of my new album. It's called Sounds of Peace. And again, we try to respect and integrate all the aspects of creative industry. Okay, to do this cover, someone designed, Osorio Chembeni designed. Yeah, you have a piece of art of one of the most celebrated artists and sculptors of Mozambique called Gonçalo Mabunda. So we have amazing photography from Mauro Vombe, Dilson Tomás, and Mariana da Silva, just to say beside the artists who participate here. So the value chain of the creative industry, what we were talking yesterday, it's here. But how do we transfer this to a young boy in Gurue, a young boy who's not in an urban area? So this is what I'm trying to say. So
to connect those dots.
Do we need to connect those dots based on the reality and based on the circumstance and context of where these young kids are? Okay, we cannot create Beethovens if we don't have a grand piano, but we can prepare him to play a grand piano and beat Beethoven. Do you get what I'm trying to say? This is my vision with regards to creative industries.
Ghana's rich cultural heritage is the source of pride and employment for thousands of local artisans who make textiles, pottery, and jewelry. The products are often made using traditional techniques that are handed down from generation to generation. I met up with Francis Kweku on Labadi Beach of the Atlantic Ocean in Accra, Ghana. He makes and sells colorful bracelets that are highly regarded by tourists. Let's take a look. I'm in Accra, Ghana to meet some of the young artists that are creating works of art that we see in Europe and in America in galleries and magazines. They are transforming the global culture around the art scene. Some of them are doing art, painting. Others are just creating some bracelets. So Francis, when did you start making this work? Is this something that you studied in school? Is this something that you were self-taught? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I studied this on the street, A certain man from the Caribbean who used to teach me this, By now it's no more. So this is what I learned. Now I'm using it for living,
Street knowledge.
Yes.
How long have you been doing it?
For 15 years now.
Talk to us about this art.
This is a hand bracelet, and it's a traditional bracelet. All the Ghana, the regions in Ghana, with their traditional wear, So it's different bead all around, It's not the same, I use the agate and the baobab and the lucky seed and the coconut shell.
Why don't you show us what you so
this is the coconut shell I use. The coconut, the finishing one you drink before, you bust it before you drink. This is the shells. And this is the lucky seed I used to make the locket, And this is the thunder stone. If the rain is falling, this is what we get from it. It's a royal bead. We black people, naturally, we make as a king and queen. And this is our nationality, our royalty, our pride, And this is the Africa. It's made from the mahogany tree, And this is coming from the northern part of Ghana, the baobab. The tree without no leaf,
This looks like really... It might take a lot of time for you to make one piece.
Yes, of course.
How long does it take to make one
For
piece?
the necklace, it can take me I can make 5 pieces a day, because I can't spend all the time. I have to come and make some money to feed the family.
So you go home and make and then come and sell?
Come and sell.
So where do you sell it from?
I sell it at the beach, all my life, because in the town, a lot of people have a shop and it's a competition, When the tourists arrive, I make money, but when they are not in, it's like the business is slow. Like I can remember the year of return,
That's 2019?
2019,
right,
it was good. The business is moving because a lot of foreigners are in this country, so you can make it,
right. And you're hoping that this year, this December is also going to be a good year for you.
I can see for far, you know. That's what I'm seeing, you know. Yeah.
Right. Some of these look like they're painted. Is that the natural color?
No, it's not. I never selling mass product. You know? I'm selling natural product because I sell for foreigners. So I have to respect what they are buying from me, you know.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm your host, Moremi Akon. Our guest today is Chinyere Okorocha, a lawyer, keynote speaker, a career coach and mentor, and an author. As a lawyer for over 30 years, she specializes and is recognized as an expert in intellectual property law, where she helps people and corporations legally protect their brand names and other intangible assets from unauthorized use. As a career coach and mentor, she founded and runs a career mentorship program called Hills and Ladders Career Mentorship Club, where she helps smart female professionals achieve accelerated career growth. With over 30 years to her credit, building a successful legal career, 25 years as a wife and 24 years as a mom, she has had the privilege of navigating the difficult terrain of being a female professional, a wife, and a mother. She sits on the board of ethics of a renowned hospital chain in Nigeria. She is also on the advisory board as a consultant to the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, as well as a member of the World Association for Medical Law. In the course of her career, she has received various appointments and recognitions, including rankings from Who is Who Legal, Chambers Global and Managing Intellectual Property, to mention but a few. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you so much, Moremi. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Yes.
How can one marry the concept of business and the legal profession?
Oh, I mean, that's a fantastic question. The truth of the matter is the origins of legal practice are almost like a social enterprise where services were provided absolutely free. Okay. But as the law evolved, it became very clear that legal services needed to be paid for, and a lot of lawyers have now transited into being full-fledged businesses. And so unlike in the past when you had like a sole practitioner, you know, who just did the law, you have huge law firms that have up to 200, 300 people who have all the business principles in place within the law firm. So there'll be a marketing team, a business development team, HR is separate, you would have finance department, buying and selling of the services is a big deal. And then all the trainings, you know, that anybody in a corporation would have. And those are the most successful law firms today. So I can tell you without any iota of doubt that law is indeed a business. And all those business principles apply to the big conglomerates apply to the successful 21st century law firm.
So would you think, or would you say that, or rather, would you advise that some principles of business, I know in law there's business law and all that, but it doesn't really, treat the business
principles,
aspect.
how to run a business.
So would you advise that that be included into a curriculum for lawyers?
Absolutely. I mean, I am the vice chairperson of the Nigeria Bar Association Women's Forum. And one of the trainings we do for female lawyers is to introduce the business principles, into the trainings that we do. And I dare say we actually intend to make a presentation to the Nigerian Law School to amend their curriculum to include these business principles in the curriculum at an early age. Because what happens is lawyers, you can open your own law firm from the minute you're called to the bar, but you have no business skills.
So let's talk about running a profitable law firm. I know that in law, you're not allowed to advertise your services. Bearing that in mind, and the practice of law itself, how can I run a profitable law firm?
Okay, so I work in a law firm called Jackson, Etienne Edu. We're one of the larger law firms in Nigeria. And what we found with time is that, yes, you can't advertise your services, but you can tell your story. So if you were doing work for a client, you're subject to the fiduciary relationship between, or confidentiality is a word, that you'd better understand. You could, after the deal is done, publish the facts that you acted for that client in a huge deal. And you put it out in your social space and in the newspapers. And then other people see you and say, oh, if they did it for that person, they can do it for me. Yeah. Do you understand? And then the social media space is so vibrant today. So you have LinkedIn where you put out information about your firm, telling your story, saying the fantastic things you're doing, the conferences you're organizing, thought leaderships that you've produced, how you've advised the government, helped to change policy. And then there's your website, where you are allowed to put all these information, and push it out there. So you're not really advertising. The thing about advertising is telling people, they shouldn't use another, maybe bad mouthing, or saying you're the best thing, since sliced bread. But what you're doing in this current dispensation is telling your story of the things and activities that you are embarking upon, which endear you to would-be clients. And that way, you can make a name for yourself. Indeed, even personal branding, apart from the law firm as it's, on its own, the various lawyers get to tell their stories, and it's not seen as advertising.
So let's talk about then running the law firm. So I have everything in place. How do I run it to ensure that I make money?
Okay, so the firm where I'm working is 25, it will be 26 this year, and I joined Jackson, Etienne Edu from day one. And we've grown from just about 6 people, 6 lawyers, to over 70 lawyers in the law firm today, and a support staff of about 200. So if you were to mention the top 5 law firms in Nigeria today, we will be mentioned. So I've seen us grow through the ranks. So it takes dedication, and it takes teamwork. No one person has all the answers. You rely on each other. Some people have certain strengths. Some people are better at marketing. Some people are more technically inclined. Some people are better client-facing. So you find people with diverse characteristics or traits, and you come together as a team, and you make it happen. That's how to run a successful law firm. Team is everything. And then if you reinvest the money that you're making back into the business in terms of infrastructure, IT, I guess your public image and all that, as well as doing things that would attract the clients like symposiums, throwing out the thought leadership there, making sure you have an accounts department that takes care of the money and makes sure you get paid. I think that's the way to go. Another thing that makes a successful law firm, like I have said, is taking trainings that are not legal trainings. You have to learn how to become an entrepreneur if you want to run a successful law firm today. So I can tell you for free, I've done accounting for non-accountants, I've done sales and marketing training, I've done what's that one? High efficiency training, you know, all sorts of things that are not necessarily legal. If you can do that, you invariably get those business skills that you need in order to run a successful business, increase your knowledge. Obviously, your knowledge of the law is taken for granted. And if you can do all that, I assure you, your practice will thrive.
Then, yeah, you're
because
gonna be
there's so many
profitable.
people in the world. You understand, Nigeria alone, over 200 million. Then you think of the international community. There are not enough lawyers to service everybody. So there's work. There's enough work for us all, I think.
Okay, so let's still talk about legal talk.
Okay.
As an intellectual property lawyer,
Yes.
or let's say expert,
Yes.
tell us about some interesting facts about IP.
Okay, so intellectual property, which is my core practice area and what I'm known for, is just property of the mind. So it's anything you can use your human intellect to create. So it's about creativity. So there are two main headings for intellectual property. I'm breaking it down to the barest minimum. There's copyright on the one side that everybody knows about. So there you have the creative industry, musicians, broadcasters like you, like your Plus TV. Then you have the actors and actresses. Then you have literary works. So people who do their novels and all that, it's from their intellect. Think about it. Then even architectural works are also covered under copyright. And so the law allows you to protect that creation and exclude others from having the benefit, unless you give them what we call a license. Okay. And then the other hand, remember we're defining intellectual property, you have what we call the industrial property. And that's where you have trademarks, which are the names of products that you see in the marketplace. So Plus TV is a trademark, and so many others, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I said ladies talking business.
Absolutely, you know. And then you have the patents. The patents are inventions that are methods of carrying out certain acts. It can be the formula in your medicine, the formula in the drinks we see around us, the engine of a car or a TV. All those are patents, the type of patents. Very difficult, but they must be new. They must be novel. You know, for you to get the protection, no one else should have done it, or an improvement on an existing one. And then you have the designs, which are the shapes of objects. I'm looking around me, looking for anything I can use an example. So it's a 2- or 3-dimensional shape. And then newer types of IP include the domain names. So you have the .ng.com, you know. And then more recently, you have the artificial intelligence. You have IP issues around Bitcoin, you know, and cryptocurrency, you know. So it's really interesting. And I find IP so interesting because it's all around us. So I always like to use the analogy of someone in their house who wakes up from sleep. And when you wake up in the morning, you jump out of bed, head into the bathroom, you know, to shower. You use a shower gel that has a name. You use a which is IP. You use toothpaste, and then you might switch on the TV and say, I want to watch Plus TV today. You switch it on. Plus TV is a trademark. The broadcast coming in is IP. The TV set you're looking at is branded. Then you wear your clothes. Your clothes are made by a particular label. Your shoes, your bags, all branded. All these are types of intellectual property. Then you want to have your breakfast and you pick up your cereal, it's branded. Do you understand? Or anything you want to eat, it be sausages or whatever. And then you enter your car. You haven't left your house. You can imagine how many IP types of IP we've mentioned. If you have a headache, you take something for it. That's a patent. And then you get to your car. Your car is branded. You get into the car and you put on the radio stations. Then the different stations.
IP is everywhere.
It's everywhere. There's no part of the industry, you know, in the world today that doesn't have an IP element. And I find it so exciting that when I'm driving on the road, I see all the billboards, I see the, you know, everything branding, and I find it really exciting.
Amazing. We'll talk more about this shortly.
Wonderful.
We will go on a quick break now. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. and my guest is still Chinyere Okorocha. So let's talk about career, mentorship, because I know you're a coach. So as someone who mentors business women and career women, what steps can one take to achieve accelerated career growth?
Okay, I particularly mentor women and coach women, and I was indebted to that by my own journey. So I think it's very important when women are climbing up the career ladder to be able to find their voices. A lot of women are silent. They don't know who they are. You know, a lot of the time you enter a room and you want the floor to open and you go under it. You know, so confidence is important when you're trying to go up the ladder, and confidence comes from knowledge. So if you're in a position where you can make a difference, but you don't speak, you have to find a way to infuse confidence in yourself. So that would be the first thing I would say. And confidence comes from knowing your stuff. If you know your stuff, you've done your training, you know you have what it takes to service, both within your organization and with the clients, as we as lawyers say, then you will grow. The second thing is to realize that you can't do it on your own. Especially, you know, when you're transitioning from being a young woman, then you get married, and then the kids start coming. The mistake a lot of us make is that we kind of think that we can do everything, you know, so you're struggling on the home front with the children and the husband, and you come to work and, you know, sometimes you just can't keep up the pace. And many women have had to drop out of the work environment just to take care of the home. But recognizing very early that you have to look for help, you know, and that help, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to, you know, pay someone. It can be a family member, it can be your mother, mother-in-law, a sister from the village. I remember when I had my first child, every day we pack the whole thing of the little girl and take her to my sister's house. You know, she stays there during work, and then after work I go and pick her. You know, ideally, it's good to have a driver, a nanny, a cook, or whatever, but not everybody can afford that. So within your own means, recognize that there are resources around you that you can use, even fellow colleagues in the office that can step in for you. You know, when you need to go to school for a child, for Parents' Giving Day or Sports Day or whatever it is, you know. Another thing I also always tell women is that you should learn to delegate and learn how to say no. So a lot of the time we get overwhelmed with so much, you know, you just don't want to say no because you think you're going to be victimized. But you have to set boundaries, even in the workplace. You have to be able to recognize that you can't do it all and use the resources around you to delegate to other people, you know. We have that thing in us that if it's not me that does it, you know, anybody else will make it, you know, make a mistake. You know, these are just a few tips. You know, there's so many things women can do. You know, creating a career blueprint is also very important. So getting the clarity of where you want to go in your career, and now creating a blueprint or a map, you know, with time frame, with the things you need to do to get you from the point where you are now to point from A to B, and filling in between, you know, with either training or networking or personal branding. All these things come into place to make you stand out from the crowd and improve your chances of being recommended for promotion and accelerate you up the ladder faster.
Amazing. So still talking about careers.
Yes.
At what point will you know it's time to switch careers?
Oh my goodness.
That's why I had to pause before asking.
At what time will you know? So if you have gone through, say, my Heels and Ladders training. Heels and Ladders is the platform under which I mentor female professionals. We do something called clarity and identification of core values. So clarity is like just what the word says, being clear about your career path. And then core values are things that are of intrinsic importance to your well-being. So for some people, that core values can be flexibility, can be family, it can be spirituality, it can be excellence. These are just a few. So we do some exercises that make you understand. It's almost like discovering who you are. So when you discover who you are, you can now analyze yourself and your current role and see those things that are important to me in life. Am I getting them in the job where I am? Are my core values aligned with the circumstances of my current employment? Because if you don't align your your goals or your current circumstances with your core values, you begin to feel frustration. You understand? You're unhappy in the career. You're going nowhere. You go anywhere the wind blows you. The next, shiny new toy, you want to have it. So it's important to do some type of introspection into who you are, what you really want, and then do the analysis with where you are currently, and then you'll be able to identify whether you've outgrown where you are, or whether you now know you've taken enough from where you are, in terms of maybe the training, the experience, the networking, and it's time to move on. But only you will know when that point is.
Okay, so I now know it's time for me to move on.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
What is the best way to go about it?
Knowledge. So I always tell people you must gather as much knowledge as you can before you take that step. So yes, you've decided you want to move, but where do you want to move to? That's the first question. What is it about where you are now that isn't fulfilling your goals for yourself? And then where can you get it? So you must have a destination in place. I always say that if you don't know where you're going, how can you get there? It's the destination of where you want. I want to work in a Fortune 500 company. I want to become the CEO of the next big company, or I want to be the managing partner of my law firm, or I want to enter into the UN, or I want to become a senior advocate of Nigeria. All these are goals. So having identified that this is what you want, then you map out the plan of how to do it. So again, knowledge. What do I need? Do I need to train? Do I need a master's abroad? Do I need some certification? Do I need to find out who knows XYZ? What resources do you need? So don't just move blindly. Don't just put in your letter blindly. You must have a plan. There must be a proper exit strategy for where you are, with a mapped out and timelines. Any goal, your goals must be smart. Any goal that doesn't have a timeline, is just a dream.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that, and we'll talk more about it after the break.
Wonderful.
We will go on a quick break now. Please stay with us. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. And so far, we've been discussing business and career growth with our guest, Chinyere Okorocha. So what common errors do you see professionals or even business people make in their career or business?
Okay, so particularly in reference to women, the errors are the biggest one I see women making is that horrible thing called imposter syndrome.
That horrible thing.
Yes, the imposter syndrome of thinking or feeling, having that voice in your head that tells you that you're not good enough. And sometimes it cripples you so that the actions you're meant to take in your career or in business, you don't take them. You second guess yourself every step of the way. And I'm told men suffer from it, too, but you don't really see it because it is a men's world. So my advice to women is that you have to tackle it head on. And one of the ways that I have used is to keep what I call a victory log.
Right. What's a victory log?
A victory log is basically a journal where you write all your victories. So anything you've done that, that is positive, that has impacted people, clients, family, friends, anything, you put it in there. And when you're feeling like you're not good enough, you bring it out and you said, I did this. I was able to raise $100 million loan or whatever for my clients, or I was able to, think of some positive things. And it can be little things. But what it does is it boosts your character, it boosts you, it motivates you to want to do more, and it makes you step out of your comfort zone. And that takes me to the second one. A lot of women like to play in the comfort zone. But I can tell you for free, nothing happens in the comfort zone. You need to get comfortable with discomfort in order to succeed in business and in your career. I recently, the first quarter of the year was so busy for me. I had so many engagements, client meetings, family, because family is a core value to me. I like to make sure that my family is okay. So immediately after the first quarter, I had this event that I organized for the Nigeria Bar Association Women's Forum. It was a big event, March was all Women's Month anyway. And I took off. I just needed to shut down. So that takes me to the third point. You have to also know that your health matters, that you need to listen to your body such that when you need to shut down, you actually shut down. But a lot of us, we keep going. Your body is telling you that you should take a break and you ignore it. And that leads to burnout. So that's 3. There's so many more.
I know that there will be so many.
But in the interest of time, let's leave it at 3. At 3, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about mentorship. I know that's your thing. But why is it important for female professionals to seek mentorship?
Oh, it's absolutely important because when I was growing up, early on in my career, I didn't have a mentor per se. I had someone, a role model, who till today I've never spoken to her. She was a lawyer, and I just loved the way she looked. She was intelligent, she was smart, and I just wanted to emulate her, And so it's important that we have role models, people who have been on the route we want to take, who can tell us where all the valleys are and the hills, so that, the bumps, so that's what mentorship does. It's somebody who can, kind of help guide you on your career and make sure that you don't make the mistakes that they made. There's a common adage that says that the best ideas are always someone else's. And I'm an IP lawyer, so I shouldn't be saying this, right? But I say it in the sense that it's good to emulate the good parts of people who have been on the path that you want to go to. But don't forget yourself in the process. You must remain your authentic self. So you take the good parts of what they're teaching you, what the mentor has to offer, the advice from experience, which is important, but also personalize it to help you on your own career journey.
Interesting. Very quickly, before I let you go. So what's the best way to approach a potential mentor?
That's a really good question. Recently on LinkedIn, a young lawyer reached out to me and he said, "Hello, Ma, I'm so happy to connect. Please let me know if there's any research I can help you with in the future. I would love to remain connected in this space." I thought that was excellent. You see, the problem is most mentees come to you wanting to take. They don't come from the place of giving or providing value because they don't recognize that they have value to bring. So that young man, it was actually a man. I don't actually mentor men, but he endeared himself to me. He came from a position of providing value. And I always say that there's always something you can bring to the table. So come from a point of giving rather than taking. And then also recognize that the would-be mentors are only one person. That's even the reason why I started Hills and Ladders, because I got so many requests from so many women that wanted to be mentored. And I thought I needed to do it in a structured way that can cater for many people at the same time. Because at the end of the day, your mentor is only one person and she has a life. She can only give you so much time in any one day. But if you could do it sort of in a group way, you can reach more people and impact more people. So the answer to your question is come from a place of providing value. And I'm sure you will endear yourself to a would-be mentor.
I'm sure. Thank you so much for joining us on this episode.
I've had a great time. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. This is how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Morimi Akon. See you next time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Tonight, we assess the achievements of the present administration in Edo State and what lies ahead of who Governor of Baseki's successor will be. This is Plus Politics. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. For the past 23 years, the political space has largely been dominated by the People's Democratic Party and some of the constituent parties that formed the All Progressive Congress, while others like Labour Party were seen merely as participants. Prior to the 2023 election, the Labour Party's victory in major elections was when Dr. Olusegun Mimiko became the governor of Ondo State. He served 2 terms on the party's platform. Tonight, we will be moving our attention to Edo State, and joining us to discuss this live is Chief Daniel Egongon Matthew, governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Edo State. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and honor. By the way, my full name is Daniel Egongon Akwimokan Matthews.
Well, that's quite a mouthful.
I know.
If you would allow me, I'd just call you Daniel.
Daniel's perfect with me.
Very good. Okay. Now, Edo State is where we're putting our attention. And eventually, even though we've talked about Mimiko being someone who won a Labour governorship election under the Labour Party, we also know that the alliance that Labour had with other parties gave Oshimole his first tenure as a governor in Edo State. So, more or less, Labour germinated in Edo State long before other states. But what's the situation right now?
Let's just put one thing clear. Labour Party is an entity of its own. Oshimole was a Labour leader, not a party leader. Labour as a Labour entity, as a Labour force. However, Labour Party has been growing ever since and forming their own identity. And as regards to Edo State, Labour Party is the primary party to be beaten right now in Edo State. And I think Edo State Labour Party have established themselves successfully well. And although we may have a different party as in terms of the governor at the moment, but I can assure you that when it comes to next election, Labour Party will definitely present a stronger candidate and possibility of winning the candidacy or the governorship.
But when you talk about Labour Party being the party to beat in the next election that is coming in 2024, right?
Yes.
What happened in the previous elections, the just concluded elections, didn't show that Labour Party was like the number one?
It's strange. because we have to be very careful and choose our word wisely. We know the political imagination or machination that went across the country, all over everywhere, and we know the trickery of electioneering that happened. Having said that, I will be the first to say, in the next coming election, with the opportunity of people like me who will declare our candidacy to run, we will do things differently and make sure we win gallantly and fairly. If we conduct a fair election, I'm not saying we haven't, but with all the discrepancy that I've shown, we would definitely have a better result, without doubt.
Okay, well, we'll come back to labor and labor matters in the course of the program, but let's just look at Edo State generally. And for someone like you, for instance, that intends to run for governor, I'm sure you have been able to identify the problems that Edo State has. So speaking generally about Edo State, what are these problems that you think need solving in Edo State?
I think Edo State problem, it could be peculiar, but not very peculiar to just Edo State. It's a common problem across most of the country. We have a burgeoning population of young people within the 18 to 35. And Edo State have one of the youngest population growth. I see everywhere you go, you see the mass population growth. We also have an education deficiency in terms of assimilation in Edo State education system. We do have robust education platform all over across Edo State, but the engagement of the youth with the education system is very limited. There's a table that came out. Edo State is not even any on the list of the top 10 active participants of education system. One of the vision we have, as in Labour Party or myself, is to look at education differently. The tertiary education, most especially. The tertiary education is the primary and secondary school. To look at it differently.
Let's just identify the problems now. And when we get to the solutions, we'll find out how you intend to do it, or any other person should do it.
Absolutely. One is the education system, and look at the way we reorganize the education system. Another one is the small business financing. You see, if you're at the top of the food chain, you have access to loan. You have access to bank support or financial support through family and everything. But majority of the people that keep the commerce going are below that poverty line, but they don't have access to credit. So what we want to do is to create a microfinance. I think no solution like problem. It's access to microfinancing of the low, smaller business people. Another one we should look at is entrepreneurship. Rather than building the next generation to job seekers, why not start looking at technical skill with the microfinancing to be self-employed, starting their own business, from an IT to engineering. One of the key elements I noticed with the burgeoning youth is start looking at social entrepreneurship training, skills that allow you to be self-employed, establish your own business, develop your own. Another problem is lack of proper functional of government parastatals. There's no, across the board, many of the government parastatals don't know how to operate on a commercial element. When I say commercial, not necessarily mean profit making. Commercial means the efficiency of government working, whereby the productivity and the outcome of it is commercially run. For instance, if you want to get a Nigerian passport, let me just like the commercial bigger scale. Why do you have to go in to do a register? They ask you to come back on a different day to do capturing, then a different day for your passport comes. It's a total lack and waste of time, when that could be done systematically in one day. For you to renew your passport, it should not be more than a couple of days or a week. For you to get a fresh passport, maybe doing some checks and everything, it should not be more than 2 weeks. But if we can narrow that gap down, it means the passport office can produce more passports. It means by them producing more passports, they generate more income. It means they generate more income, they have more money to spend on the facility to speed up even the process even more. Now, if you take it to a state level, same process works. We just have to look at our government parastatals and put the social commercial enterprise energy into it, or social commercial enterprise business process in it. I remember when I went to Egypt with a company called Selika, we look at the Egyptian government, and not just the government, the government parastatals, and we're doing training for government officials on how to operate not as a private sector, but as a commercial-driven center. not necessarily for profit making, but for efficiency and productivity and proper outcome, targeted outcome. You know, that's why we have so many ghost workers in the civil servant, because there's no target, there's no efficiency monitoring, there's no productivity guide. You come to work, you do whatever you want, you go. Where's the outcome? Where's the productivity level? How many people applied for passport this week? How many of those passports have been processed? Who is checking that? Where's the quality control? What's the outcome? What's the revenue generated? How is the income spent? Is it reinvested to speed up the process? That's commercial thinking. Like a private sector. In the private sector, if you own your own business, you know if you earn 10 naira, you know the whole 10 naira is not yours. Maybe out of that 10 naira, probably about 2 naira is your profit. The rest 8 naira is consumed by the business. Salary, expenses, and also investment in developing the business. But in government enterprise, they don't see it as a commercial entity that every money they make have to be regenerated to make the service more efficient. This is the thing. We can also look at community development. There's a major problem with community development, most especially in Edo State. You understand? One of the things is mass movement, for instance. Look at community. If we can connect every local government, we have 18 local governments in Edo State. If we can connect those 18 local governments with fast speed rail, people, commerce, and people will move interlink quickly. The level of people moving to the urban area will dissipate because they can easily travel in between. Goods and service will be able to move freely. I can live comfortably in Uromi, in my village, and still be able to travel to Benin to work, or even send my goods to Benin and work. Let's look at commercial way we can move mass movement of people and goods within the state. Railway. We don't even need to look at foreign investment for it. We can do government bonds, or we can do partnership where they build, they run, they service and maintain, and they give the state percentage without borrowing money from anywhere.
I guess identifying the problems will have to come with the solutions, because that's what I'm seeing.
Apologies. I'm driving into the problem are very obvious to many people.
We'll continue with that, but
yes.
I'm just trying to get a picture of what Edo State is. What kind of potential does Edo State have as a state? You know, apart from what it gets from the federal government and all the things that we have identified before, what are this potential that we have not seen being tapped, but are available in Edo?
Yes, multiple elements to Edo State. If you look at the youth, the burgeoning youth, it's a ripe state for industry to go in. We have a very advanced level of youth who are very socially conscious and very, very exposed, whereby they're very trainable and as well very adaptable to any industry that goes in there. The labor force is ready in Edo State. If any industry were to go in there, for instance, if I was to happen to be the governor of Edo State, one of the key things I'm going to do is to make sure all the public service offices, state, local, even the urbans, everything will be used in Nigeria. Say, for instance, like the car. Innocent Car, for instance. There's another company, Innocent Car, not brand promoting. In order for us to develop the economy faster, and also to generate things. If I approach Innocent and say, come build a factory in Edo State, we have the youth, we have the labor force, we have the opportunity for it to grow. Build a factory. In order for us to support your factory from growing, all the government officials, regardless the political party they belong, from the local council to world chairman, all the way to the governor, all the urbans, all the officials, we will buy your car, and every 4 years, Mr. Innocent, we will even trade it off. In essence, we exchange the car, we sell it to the market on auction. General public have access to buy. We rejuvenate that economy. That's one aspect of it. Another thing that we need to also promote. Edo State has vast level of cultural display, cultural history, tourism. There's so many fascinating places for tourism. From the Obas Palace, the historical element of Edo Kingdom itself. Tourism is one thing that's yet to be tapped. Forget any naysayer they say about Edo State. Yes, although it's true, they joke that we have our own 505, we don't need the airport, we fly. Yeah, it's good. That's a good fairy tale. But tourism is the biggest catchment area that we need to develop in Edo State. The Gelegele Seaport is another one. It's ripe. And we are close to other states that big ship can come in if we were developed. You understand? There's so many opportunities. Even look at what we at one point, the palm kernel, we're one of the biggest producers of palm kernel. There's still vast arable land in Edo State that today we can turn into £1 billion or dollars a production of palm kernel. And there's a multiple essence. If I become the governor of Edo State, I will give grants to those to farm palm kernels.
Calm down. Calm down.
We'll
get there. But what do you think is the reason all this potential have not been tapped? What are those elements, all those things that are standing against these things being achieved in Edo State?
This is it. It's a common problem with Nigeria. We have good leaders. We have good leaders who are very good in managing things. And I want to say this directly to every Nigerian out there. We have good leaders. It's not that we have leaders, we're suffering from leaders. We have good educated people. But the problem is we lack visionaries. You see, to be a visionary, you don't have to have all the education in the world. You just have to be a man of purpose, a man of intention, and a man of goal. And that's what we're lacking. Because Nigeria is the most educated people in the whole of Africa. And I can assure you there's no part of the world you will go, you will not see a burgeoning level of educated Nigerians. In fact, in America, one of the top minority vast educated people in America are Nigerians. Same in Europe. So we're not suffering from lack of educated people. In Nigeria, we're not suffering from lack of educated people either. So it means we have educated people. We're not suffering from leaders. We have leaders. We have great pastors. We have great imams. We have great kings. It's not we're suffering from leaders, but visionaries. Like Moses said, I've been to the mountaintop and I'm back. I have seen the glory of God. We need visionaries. He said, I'm taking you to a place that's flowing with milk and honey. We need visionaries. You see, when the people who came back, who went to spy Israel, when they came back, they said some naysayers, and the others said what? It's a place flowing with milk and honey. We need visionaries with sense of purpose, with sense of identity and pride of who they are as a citizen and as a nationality person. First and foremost, I'm an Edo man. I'm an Esa man, to be precise, from Uromi. My father is from Amedosha. My mom is from Ukoni. Purebred Esa man. And I'm damn proud of it.
Yeah, and there's still that fight also that the next governor should come from Esa. So
I would concur to that selfishly. However,
yeah,
I would say let's agree to that on principle because it's right for that. However, I also want to add a little bit to that. Not just because I'm an Asa man, not just because I'm from Uromi, not just because I fit the profile, but please, if you're going to support me because I have a clear vision and a clear purpose. Why I'm running and why Edo State deserve somebody with a vision for the state.
Okay, now, you talked about, when we were opening, you said something about Labour Party being the party to beat in Edo State. We have seen, you have an incumbent who is PDP. We've seen a very vibrant opposition in the APC, even though they have some problems right now. Gale of suspensions here and there that is happening in Edo State in APC. But we still have two very major parties, and there is the Labour Party that you belong to. What are the chances of smaller parties? Because for now, we still call Labour Party a smaller party compared to the APC and the PDP in Edo State. I mean, having won 2 senatorial seats, that's the APC, and won like 5 or more than that for the House of Reps, and then in the State Assembly and all that. But Labour Party still came like 3rd. Now, what are the chances?
There's a great saying that says it's not the size of the dog, but rather than the fight in the dog. Right, it's true. We may have not have performed as expected, but you have to look at the variables why that happened in Edo State. You have to look at the electioneering that happened that led to that. Let's just put that aside. But I want to assure you that as Labour Party in Edo State right now, we're the biggest party in Edo State. Right.
Will the national fight, because that's what we are seeing, will the national fight not affect even Edo State? Because I need to even know what is going on at the national level.
Right. I'm going to make this very clear. Abure is the chairman of Labour Party and it will remain so. And we need to be very clear when we say there's a fight at the national, there is no fight at the national level. We have a group of, this is a reputable, respectable man. So as an Asa man, we respect our elders. So I would not like to use colorful words to describe them as a person, but their act is borderline anti-democratic and terrorist. You cannot impose yourself on millions of people and declare even the judgment. I mean, we're not in Banana Republic. Labour Party is a social enterprise and independent party. We have a due process. If you think you want to challenge the chairman, go through the due process and challenge the chairman. And the judge that gave a judgment to vacate a social enterprise independent organization to tell them that their chairman cannot operate, that judge lacked legal wisdom. In fact, that judge have acted on a legal imbecile judgment that he has passed because he has made himself the administrator of a social enterprise party and a judge. We have a system. How we address issue. Those who also went to court to present whatever evidence they have no legal standing to do so. Are they presenting on behalf of the party or are they presenting as the injured party? It's only an injured party could say, oh, this person did this to me, I'm going to court to a redress. No, or are they the legal representative of the party? There's a process. They should report any qualms they have to the party administrative. They look into evidence. If they feel there's a criminal case or there's a civil case or there's any case at all, they will address it with the party committee. The party committee then take action and then address the chairman, either to tell the chairman you step down or answer this query, not the court, not the right panel. And no one can come and impose themselves. It's like saying, for instance, oh, we don't like the current administration. As such, group of us will decide we're going to go to court and impose ourselves all over the country as the head of the president. You can declare today you are the president of Nigeria because you don't like the present administration. We have a way we elect our president. We go through election. We go through the process. If the process may not be perfect, but it's the best democratic system we have. Same in the party. We have a way we choose the chairman. We go through an election process. There's a Congress. If you don't like the chairman, then go through the process. Test your popularity. If you have a grievance with the chairman, put it to the Congress of the party. If you are the injured party and you think the party have not addressed it, then you can take it to the court. But this group of terrorists have now hijacked the old legal system and they've now gone to an imbecile legal judge to pass a judgment.
Those are really strong words.
Because it doesn't.
Those are really strong words.
We are not in Banana Republic. It's not strong word. We have to apply law and common sense. How can a judge tell a social enterprise chairman that he cannot operate based on group of people bringing a case that does not directly affect them on behalf of a party where they have no standing? You and I can decide, oh no, PDP or APC, we think PDP did this, as such, we are going to court. There's a legal process. Labour Party have a legal team. If the legal team felt that the chairman have committed any offense, it's the legal team on behalf of the party, who is the injured party, we go to court to charge the chairman of any offense, not some cowboys, some terrorist self-appointed leaders. I vehemently stand with Abure. Abure is the current and will remain the chairman of Labour Party. And those who are ganging up against Abure are anti-democratic. And that's not how we should operate in a civilized society or in a civilized party who want to form the government. It's just wrong. These are intelligent people. Please, I beg them, apply intelligence and common sense. And the judge should respect the jurisprudence of the law. Cannot operate outside the law. You cannot pass judgment outside the law. Abure have not been charged of anything, accused. I'm not painting Abure a saint or an angel or making him righteous than he is. But Abure is a man of integrity and honor. Until proven otherwise, he is the chairman. And that should be respected. There is a process. We have a process. If you cannot say you are a Labour Party person and a true believer of democratic process, and then want to override all that to serve your self-interest, whose interest is that?
Okay, well, it's established. As far as you are concerned, Abure remains the chairman of Labour,
Absolutely.
national chairman of Labour Party. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a short break, and when we return, we'll still be talking with a governorship hopeful in Edo State under the umbrella of Labour Party. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
When you said superiority of degrees where you are over Nigeria, you are benefiting from a country that you are not originally from. Your ancestors are not from there. They allowed you to be in their space, to contribute to their leadership, growth, governance. And then you come to your country, you are destroying your own country, playing the tribal card.
You are not at home. Why do you do this? Because you're not going to vote, you don't have the PVC, and you're actually fanning the flames of this disunity. Of what benefit is that to us?
Politicians are not to blame. Politicians, I've been one, so I understand. Politicians only trigger what already exists.
What's in the society?
If there is no tribal sentiment, no politician will come out and say, you've not played. Nigerians always, no matter how little or no matter how big, want to call people they, so that they can call some people us. Till today, 2007, INEC does not have the result for 2007, and you can check this out.
Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, the program is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa, and my name is Nyamgul Agaji. We're here with a governorship hopeful of Labour Party in Edo State, and he's simply Daniel Matthews. He has a long name within, so I begged him to just call him Daniel Matthews, and he accepted graciously. Thank you very much. Okay, now we've been able to identify the problems of Edo State. Not all of them, because I know that even if we're talking about just the problems that are in a state, not just Edo State, it could take a whole day. But some of the things that we have identified, and the wonder I had was, what is the present administration doing? What have they been doing in the past maybe 24 years even, since democracy returned to Nigeria, that we still have these problems? You know, what has been the attempt of the previous administrations and the present one at solving these problems that we have identified?
It's strange to say that, because we can look at it across the country as well, because like I've said earlier, leadership is the problem we have. And fellow Nigerians, most especially fellow Edo people, we don't lack, visionaries is a problem we apologize. We don't lack leaders. And the problem of that is, the reason why I say we lack visionaries is the solutions are already there. The solution to this problem are there. Once you identify a problem, you already have 50 to 80% of the solution in your hand. Let's pick education, for instance, which I'm very passionate about. My background is in education and public health and development and funding and development. If you take education, we can look at education from the tertiary education, the primary schools and secondary school, the technical education and the advanced education. I think the solution we need to do is to get the mindset away that the government can run this efficiently, single-handedly under the administration of one person in the ministry and the commissioner of education. It's not working. It's only a fool do the same thing and expect a different result. What I would like to see is to have a social enterprise education where the government and private entity, private organization work together to now run the schools. Rather than you setting up a private school and charging gazillion unaffordable money for parents, the government know how much it costs in a public school per student. If they don't know, then they should know. Then why not allow each, say primary school, the Parents Association, give them the right, the power to run the school. Employ the headmasters, everybody have to, all the teachers have to be registered with the state to have child protection, put in a safeguarding system. Let parents that belong to that school run the school, like a social enterprise. Or let private organizations who are specialized in education work with the government to run the school like a commercial enterprise, not for profit making, like a private school, whereby the funding, rather than you giving the local chairman who sit on the money, to give the local commissioner who sit on the money, you give it to the school. The school board, they form a board. They know for the whole year, this is the budget. This is the budget for maintenance, this is the budget for staff, this is the budget for any other social curriculum activity. Now, they manage the budget.
Let me get one thing straight so that we don't misunderstand. Your funding seems to give some kind of light to the fact that you may not respect the local government authority. Because if you have funding and you're giving straight to the school, bypassing the chairman, it doesn't show respect for the third tier of government.
That's not what I meant.
So explain.
Let me explain that. That's not what I meant. It's not showing respect to the chairman. Each local government chairman are responsible for the education in their local government.
Yeah.
That money is readily available for them. Rather than the local government chairman now paying the salary of each teacher through the local government, he pays to an organization that manages each school. He pays them either quarterly, preferably, or monthly. Quarterly preferably, and say, this is the budget from the local government, from federal government to state to local government. Each local government now look at how to invest and develop their education system. Do we need to build more schools? How do we go about improving the schools? Those are the things we look at. Look at education. Another key point, in a way to merge and bring the young growing population in Edo State to a parity. Start community college. There's a lot of community college, but the community college I want to focus on is community college that focus on skills. When I say skills, I'm going to leave the social science study out of, like business admin, accounting, out of community college. Not because they're not good, they need it, but skill, from engineering skill, IT skill, computer programming, coding, to bricklayer, to hairdressing, to electrician, technical skill. But this is the difference of what I would do. That is where I come with the microfinancing. What I would do is to set up a state microfinance bank that anybody who graduate after 2 years will get a loan with very minimum percentage of less than 5%. You get a loan to go and establish yourself. If you are a mechanic, bricklayer person, or electrician, you and two of you can come together and get a loan to set up your own business rather than looking for employment.
Okay. Have you done primaries?
We're yet to do the primaries.
Okay, good. So now we're talking Labour and other parties. We're talking Labour, we're talking APC, we're talking PDP and all that. Now, the concern I raised earlier is the chances of Labour Party, particularly. Let me not talk about other parties. I know Labour Party because you are here. Now, we have contending for this position in Edo State under the APC, people like Ezeyamu, Pastor Ezeyamu, who has been there for a very long time, and so many other names that we're seeing that are popping up, people who are interested in this position. Then we have the incumbent, who is of the PDP, having the muscles of the government. Whether I would like it or not, incumbent governors use the resources of the people, of the government, to run an election. Whether we say it or we don't say it, that is a fact. Okay, so now Labour is coming as an underdog. And then you said that the system was rigged, more or less, in the last 2 elections.
I wouldn't say it was rigged. I think it was questionable.
Well,
I believe in the democratic system in
semantics.
Nigeria.
It's a matter of semantics. Okay, it was questionable.
Yes,
now,
at best.
That system is not going away soon. What do you intend to do as a party to make sure that you excel more than you did in the last 2 elections?
Very good question. You say change is in the way. From the deepest valley in Edo State to the highest mountain, to the widest street to the lowest village. Every aspect of Edo State is ripe for change. And change is coming like an unstoppable train.
But they were ripe before the presidential and governorship elections.
And it's still growing. And I'm going to tell you something that might blow your mind. You see, Eze Yamu and all those people, they can run. By the grace of Almighty God and by the grace of my ancestors, I know I'm going to win the primary, and if I was to run against them, we will win in the landslide.
What if you don't win the primaries?
I will win the primaries.
No, but what if you don't win the primaries? I'm talking Labour now.
No, Labour Party.
But Labour Party will still be in the fray, but it doesn't have to be.
Let me blow your mind. This might shock you, but not shock me. Everything I lay my hands upon, God has given me the grace to prosper in it. For because I do not desire for my self-interest, but I desire for the greater good and a greater purpose, for a greater calling. For I have not called myself to victory, but God has called me to victory. As such, I have no doubt, no iota of doubt in me, by the mighty grace of God and by the grace of my ancestor. Victory is not only defined by you taking the first place. Victory is defined by the purpose that you stand for. And that's why I would win, without a doubt.
So your purpose is the Labour Party's purpose, or Labour Party's purpose is your purpose? What is it?
My purpose is Edo people's purpose. Edo people's purpose is my purpose. For a change, for a better government, for a functional society, for the value and rule of law, for integrity and an open government, where somebody cannot die from just having a malaria that is curable by 1 or 2 tablets. Cannot afford to send their child to school because they have no means to sustain their school, or cannot even have 3 square meals when we have a arable land that we can invest or give loan or give substance to grow. That is my vision, where security is not for the privileged, but for everybody, where you can freely be who you are, where a son or a child of nobody can dream and dream to say, one day I can be a governor. Where you can believe in your ability, not in Godfatherism or not in opportunity of entitlement, but in your ability and God-given right to stand as a man or a woman, to say, I, Chief Daniel Egongo Akwemokan Matthews, will run and successfully win the nomination and become the governor of Edo State. Not because of anything else, because I'm proud Asa man, regardless.
Okay, well... this is only the 5th month. Are we? No. This is just the 4th month.
Yes.
And the election is coming in 2024.
That's right.
Well, Edo is your passion. It's not a
my
personal passion. Edo is your passion. And whether or not this government is doing well is subject to where you stand.
Absolutely.
Whether it is your party or not your party and all that. But before the 2024, which... as you pray, you might take the reins, or someone else might take the reins. What would you advise the present administration to do to finish strong and good?
I have no better advice for the present governor or any other governor that have come before. One of the things is we in Edo people, we respect our elders. I respect Obaseki. It's not for my party. I personally don't know him. I know he's doing his best. Rather than us criticizing what he hasn't done right or passing disparaging judgment.
What can he, at least from now, what else can he do?
One thing I would like him to do is to make sure the next election is done successfully and respecting the rule of law, the rule of INEC, and the rule governing election. Let us have fair election, at least the basic. Another thing it can do is to also help Edo people in regards to general welfare. At least before it goes, create a welfare state that support the widows that support children, public health care that support widows and children. It can do that now. It can start that while people like me can come in and build on it. We know we need more roads. We know we need the road fix. We know we need a lot more things, but something you can readily do now. Create a welfare state for widows and children, most especially in the public sector. Most especially in the public sector.
Why is that there's so much need for that?
There's so much need for the welfare state in terms of the public health in Edo State. One of the dangerous things is people self-medicate. Not only self-medicate, people go through the traditional, which is good. I believe in that as well. The self-medication is causing a lot of death. And people, childbearing, for instance, is astronomical in Edo State, even though we have a burgeoning youth level. Provide a social care for age appropriate, anybody under 18 to have a public health care. People who are widowed, people who are old, to have a public health care. They have access to public health care. He can do that. He has the power, the means, the resources to do that. Right now, if that's only the thing left for him to do, just create that public social welfare. Where back in the days where children used to have free immunization. When I was growing up, I had free immunization. All my immunization was free. Now it's no longer in existence. Immunization from polio to fever to everything. People die needlessly of fever, malaria fever that has been eradicated because those free immunization we used to have growing up as a kid don't exist anymore. He can start that now and say free immunization from malaria, from polio, from every other those transmittable disease. He can do that. He can look at widows. He can look at older people who are dying endlessly for no reason because they don't have the proper care, or their kids have grown, they moved far away from home, and they don't have the necessary care to sustain them. Support charitable organization that is doing widow's mite. That's giving this what I call the soup kitchen, where we give old people free food, homeless people free food. He can do that. The governor can do that right now. It doesn't need massive legislation. It doesn't need massive money to do that. He can do that. He can lay that foundation for people like me to come in and build on.
Okay, well, when we're talking about governance in Nigeria, one of the things that really is worrisome to a lot of us is a lot of people, Nigerians, including me, is the issue of continuity. A lot of times people come into office and the first thing is to rubbish every blessed thing that the previous administration has done. And I mean, an administration cannot be 100% bad, absolutely, no matter what.
That's right.
So if you were, by God's grace, to take the reins of leadership in Edo State, what are some of the things you think this administration has done that you can build on?
You see, everything they've done, like I said earlier, I said, I'm an Edo man, we don't insult our elders. So, and as well as
just choose the ones that you think.
Yeah, I would, everything the present administration have done, I would build on. I would try to advance it. One of the things I know they've done very well is, as bad as the road system are right now, they're working immensely to improve it. And one of the things they're also working on is trying to capitalize the economy. And I don't think they actually have a clear pathway or clear understanding on how to go about that. One of the other things they're doing in Edo State is the drainage system. They're actually building some drainage system because we have a flooding problem in Edo State. And they're building a drainage system in Edo State. They're also building a water gathering place. You understand? That is something I can build on. You understand? I would not rubbish any past administration because their challenges differ from the administration to administration. But what I know for a fact is build on what they've had and work on those areas they struggled. I won't say failed, but struggled. Improve on the area they struggled with, and also bring in a community sense of responsibility. Put everything you do in the hands of the community. Let it be community-owned driven. That way the rapid level of growth, advancement, development will be faster because it's not driven from the top, but it's driven from the bottom up, not from the top down.
Okay. So, well, at this point, we'll just wish you a very, wish you luck in your endeavors. And we've been talking with Daniel Egongo Matthew, the Labour Party governorship hopeful in Edo State. It's been enlightening, telling us the problems of Edo State and how to solve them, at least some of the problems that are in public glare. And we're hoping that one day we can ask the one who eventually takes the reign of leadership in Edo State the relevant questions that need to be answered. That is what is lacking in our political space. You don't get to ask the questions because there's no opportunity. But we hope that with the political climate nowadays, we can always do that. We'd like to say thank you to Daniel Matthews for coming on the show. Thank you so
very much for having me. It's a great privilege and honor.
All right, until we do it again, same time tomorrow, my name is Nyamgul Agaji on behalf of the entire team saying thanks for being there. Bye for now.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Operation. He did. He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. I told you he did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me and I came to you, I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not, I am not, but he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. He was the only help that I had. He took used to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh, cut the crap, Mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism, all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with, so you don't sit there and judge me. You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
In every age, the good old days were always memories to cherish. Although no one ever thought they were good at that time, for every age has consisted of crises that seemed intolerable to the people who lived through them. Looking back now, one can really say, indeed, these days were good. My name is Tolulope Akmike Medebem Ni Adiolu, and here is my good old days story. I hail from Oderemo, Ogun State, but I was born and bred in Lagos, Island Maternity to be precise. My dad was His Royal Majesty Obasanjo Olufunsho Adeolu. He was an educationist, a seasoned broadcaster, actor, and finally he became an Oba, while my mom, Olori Adedayo Atinuke Adeolu, was a thoroughbred educationist. She was an English major. She rose through the ranks working for Lagos State Ministry of Education, where she actually retired as an education director. I am the fourth of 8 children and Olori's first. That's my mom. I grew up mostly with my aunties on Lagos Island, Ologbo, where my mom would drop me off and then pick me up over the weekend. My aunties were more like my big sisters then, and it was so much joy being with them. And guess what? We actually still deal the same way, even now as adults. They formed a core part of my childhood, and today, I proudly say anywhere that was raised by 4 mothers, my mom inclusive. So imagine if these 4 mothers of mine got a whiff of my bad behavior in school. The story would never end, never. Each one of them would take turns to scold and punish me for bringing the family name and that of theirs to disrepute. Those were days of communal training where the community played a major role in child training and development. As much as these women, my moms, as much as they loved us and tried to ensure we charted our lives course correctly growing up, they couldn't always protect us from everything. I must say, I had my own share of bullying. I started wearing glasses at a tender age. These glasses were as thick as the Coke bottom bottle. Yes, such was the thickness of my glasses. I could not see without wearing them. Different names people like us were called. Those days hurt, Sha. But the ability to move on regardless of all those snide remarks, developing a thick skin, and believing in what I can achieve through the grace that I have been blessed with by the Most High, saw me through those moments. In fact, it honestly contributed to who I have become today. I started my primary education at Yaniwura Nursery and Primary School in Ilukweju, Lagos, and then later moved to Estate Nursery and Primary School within the same Ilukweju environment. My secondary education was twofold. I started at Federal Government College, Ugwalao, where my uncle was the principal. And when he was transferred to Federal Government College, Sokoto, I naturally followed him to Sokoto, of course, to continue my secondary education. Such was the trust parents had on guardians in those days. The need to monitor a child and ensure that he or she was under a very strict control, and tutelage of a mentor was considered essential for the moral and academic growth of such a child. Oh man, Sokoto taught me about being human. You may wish to ask, what does that mean? It meant that was where I learned that everyone was first human being before his tribe and ethnic learnings. At Federal Government College Sokoto, we did not have or understand the divide of tribes or thongs. School then were not only about academics, but they were out to develop character as well. And that's what truly being educated is all about. We all grew up together, and today, quite a number of us are still friends, regardless of whatever situation or conditions we are presently in. Today, I am pretty much a people's person. All that matters to me about you as an individual, first and foremost, is the chemistry, not where you come from. And all this is, I believe, thanks to my orientation. Oh, testing times 2. I mean, when a growing child will always be a child. Yes, I remember the story of caustic soda. In those days, I think my mom used it to wash the bathroom. It was a plastic beverage container kept away from peering eyes. One day, she sent me to get something from her room, and I saw the container. I opened it and saw this sugar-looking substance and wondered why she kept it in her room. And guess what? I licked it, and that was it. I started foaming. I ran into the sitting room, and everyone went berserk, confused and scared. My mom lifted me and started running towards the hospital. I was rushed to the hospital where I was stabilized and brought home. On a good day, after all the drama, I would have still been beaten. But I think they believed I was traumatized enough, and she looked me in the eye and said, "That's what happens to thieves." No amount of beating could have shamed me like that, man. That was it. The tendency to steal perished forever in me. The first time my dad slapped me will be a story for another day. It was clear in my head, the biblical dictate of spare the rod and spoil the child. Over and over, my father would say that he had no inheritance he was leaving for any child. His greatest legacy to all of us, according to him, would be our education. So whatever he wanted to study, he was willing and ready to make it happen. Strangely, Dad's fame as an actor of repute wasn't something we thought about. I mean, it was just work as far as we knew. The only times it became a subject of discussion were when people saw you with him or found out he's your father and wanted to know what life is like living with him, or if he actually didn't have hands based on his character in the famous Village Headmaster serial. Ha ha! Quite nostalgic. I recall how being his daughter impacted on me when I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in arts from the Department of Dramatic Art. I had a lecturer who scored me rather low because he felt and actually knew I could do better. And he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is expected." That was a turning point of sorts in my academic. In those good old days, we were built to be resilient. We pushed on basically because we wanted to make our parents and ourselves proud. In the hierarchy of values, we were taught that honesty and integrity reign supreme. And I am very proud and thankful for these orientations and training. So what went wrong? Is it the same today as yesterday? I doubt. Is the situation hopeless? Certainly not. Is it possible to change the narrative? Absolutely yes. Like the lights that cannot be hidden under a bushel, like the faith as a mustard seed, I believe the glory of Nigeria will shine and we shall blossom again if we begin to plant into the hearts and minds of people these time-tested values of truth, honesty, integrity, and sincerity of purpose. Personally, I don't think the challenge is solely upon today's youth. It's our inability to create the right mentorship programs. The youths tend to emulate what they see around them. So if change must come, if tomorrow must be brighter, then the right attitude and values must be reenacted today. The onus lies on each one of us to keep showcasing those things that we want emulated. Change can and will happen through a collective will and joint resolve to make it happen. Change begins with each and every one of us standing together in truth and believing that truly we can make the difference. We all deserve a better Nigeria, better than those glorious days we speak about today. To this end, I join Sir Shemore Badejo in this collective desire to have a brighter future for not only our children, but for us too. God bless Nigeria. God bless all of us.
Good afternoon, I'm Olamide Adeyemi, and this is the news update. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LOSEMA, has given an update on the collapsed six-story building in Banana Island. LOSEMA explained that the collapse was as a result of a truck that ran into the building. The Permanent Secretary, LOSEMA, Femi Oke-Osonyitolu, confirmed that no life was lost in the incident, but recovery operations are still ongoing. The agency assured efforts are ongoing to avoid a secondary incident on the collapse site.
We move in swiftly, promptly, effectively, and efficiently with all the primary stakeholders. And you can see that immediately it occurred, our response was swift. It's about 10 minutes. And you can see that, come and look at it. Come and look at the specialized equipment we used. And we got there, our response time was 10 minutes. We moved in with our sophisticated equipment. We used DELSA. The life side was divided into 4 quadrants. Now, and we checked each of the quadrants with our DELSA, and we did not we did not locate anybody under the debris with our DELSA. However, because we are professionals and meticulous about what we are doing, we are using a hammer and excavator with cranes together. We started moving from one layer to another. And during this emergency response, we are able to rescue several people alive. Those people that were rescued were treated on the spot and discharged. It's only one that was taken to a private hospital where he's receiving adequate treatment.
Yes.
And if you can see that at the outer conduit, we've already reached what we call ground zero. We are moving to the second, third, fourth conduit. And believe me, we will get to ground zero in each of these conduit to ensure transparency, to ensure that nobody is left in there, to ensure that the job is being done professionally. And concerning the other buildings, we are going to carry out holistic investigation.
Hello. A coalition of Arewa elders has cautioned those calling for an interim government in the country to desist forthwith. The elders' position was contained in a communique read by Suleiman Usman Jere, chairman of the coalition, at the end of a meeting in Kaduna State. Last week, the Department of State Services, DSS, also confirmed a plot by some key players to install an interim government and stop Bola Ahmed Tinubu from being inaugurated as president. The group said those calling for an interim government should be arrested and also prosecuted. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has been advised to live up to expectations in the supplementary election for Mbaitoli Ikeduru Federal Constituency holding on Saturday. The Labour Party candidate for the supplementary election in the constituency in Imo State, Uche Ogwagu, who gave the advice, said the Commission will be held totally responsible for any lapses that will prevent free, fair and credible supplementary election. Addressing a press conference at his country home at a Cabo community in the Ikeduru local government area, Ogwagu further alleged that the APC candidate, Akarachi Amadi, and his father, Charles Amadi, had perfected plans to manipulate the election. In his reaction, the APC candidate accused the Labour Party candidate and his people for being the ones trying to rig the election.
In that concern which I raised, I had intimated them of the despicable acts of intimidating the peace-loving people of Mbitola and Ikeru Federal Constituency by thugs, hooligans, cultists who were armed with high-caliber ammunition, among other dangerous weapons, and were asked by the operational leader, Charles Amadi, to maim and disrupt voting processes, cut away voting materials, kidnap election officers, and burn down polling units wherever APC is losing.
I remain someone that will not lose my identity because of any election. I have a lot of elections to run because I have a lot of age on my side. So I will not resort to intimidation of the public through any means. I believe that our security agencies have been doing a good job.
The governorship candidate of the New Nigeria's People's Party, NNPP, in Ebonyi State, Prophet Chris Adolaweme, has denied being suspended by suspected aggrieved ward executives at Chaba Ward, Ebonyi State. The leadership of the NNPP of the ward in Ebonyi local government area, led by the Secretary Annie Okuchukwu, allegedly suspended the governorship candidate Adolawem over alleged anti-party activities. But the governorship candidate, who spoke through the Director of Media and Publicity for the NNPP campaign organization, Victor Rako and Abakaliki, blamed the former chairman of the party, Solomon Chukwu, who was earlier suspended for embezzling over 78 million naira meant for the party, of masterminding the rumor of the suspension. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 846 Lassa fever cases across 99 local government areas in 25 states. The predominant age group affected is 21 to 30 years, and the male to female ratio for the confirmed cases is 10 to 9. Lassa fever is an acute viral hemorrhagic illness caused by the Lassa virus, a member of the arenavirus family of viruses. Humans usually become infected with the Lassa virus through exposure to food or household items contaminated with the urine or feces of infected Mastomys rat. The disease is endemic in the rodent population and parts of West Africa. According to the NCDC in its week 13 situation report, it said the suspected cases is now 4,338 and the disease has killed no fewer than 148 persons in the country. Moving on, the Ogun State Deputy Governor Engineer Noimot Salakoye Dele has urged Nigerians to embrace peaceful coexistence, saying that no religion preaches violence. The Deputy Governor made this known at a Ramadan test fair with about 20 Islamic groups across the state in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. She maintained that the country is a unique one, having about 200 different ethnic groups with two major religions, hence the need for ethnic and religious tolerance.
At the end of the day, we all have an identity, our religion, our gender, our faith. We all have it. The important thing is that we learn the good lessons. And no religion preaches violence or bad things. It's all about being good and doing good and benefiting humanity. So we should all imbibe this and just make sure that this doesn't divide us. This country has been a country of over 200 ethnic groups, two major religions, for as long as the country has been, and we have kept together. And it is our responsibility as the leaders in this generation to make sure that the country remains one and does not get divided. Despite our differences, our challenges, we have to come together in the interest of the unity of this country and the greatness.
Speaking further, the Deputy Governor said it was important for women to play integral roles by ensuring peaceful atmosphere reigns at the home front and ensuring also the next generation is properly brought up.
We had a very brilliant lecture from the Deputy Chief Missioner of Nawaruddin Society, and there were two things. One directed at myself and His Excellency and other elected officials, our responsibility to the people for good governance after we have been trusted with our mandate, and for people who listened, you know that it was a very insightful lecture. And then the other responsibility part of the lecture was directed at women who are responsible for upbringing, for keeping the family together and taking care of the next generation. So I think there was something in the lecture for everybody, and I hope that the lecture will be beneficial to each and every one of us.
The federal government and the International Organization for Migration, IOM, have evacuated 152 more Nigerian migrants living illegally in Libya. The stranded Nigerians arrived in the country via the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, on Tuesday evening. Nigeria's ambassador to Libya, Kabiru Musa, said it is the third repatriation the Nigerian government and the IOM have carried out in 2023. He said over 500 Nigerians stranded in Libya have been successfully evacuated during the exercise. The ambassador also commended IOM and the Libyan authorities for their support and cooperation. And moving to other parts of Africa, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi has greeted his Emirati counterpart at the Cairo International Airport. Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan was accompanied by a delegation comprising the UAE's vice president and several ministers. The Emirati leader tweeted that he and the Egyptian president explored opportunities to further strengthen the deep-rooted ties between their countries. Last year, the two nations celebrated 50 years of bilateral relations, and the official visit comes at a time when Egypt struggles to overcome a staggering economic crisis. And outside Africa, India's Financial Crimes Fighting Agency has opened an investigation into alleged violations of foreign exchange rules by the BBC. The investigation comes months after tax authorities searched the British broadcasters' offices in Mumbai and New Delhi. The Indian agency, the Enforcement Directorate, issued a notice to the BBC in March and questioned some employees earlier this month. An ED spokesperson did not immediately respond to calls and a text message seeking comment. The BBC did not also immediately respond to an email seeking comments. And in business, the next administration after President Buhari will begin the repayment of the $800 million loan approved by the World Bank as subsidy palliative. Last week, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, revealed to State House correspondent that the federal government had secured $800 million from the World Bank to provide post-petroleum subsidy palliatives for over 50 million Nigerians ahead of June 2023. The financing agreement documents for the National Social Safety Net Program scale-up between the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the International Development Association of the World Bank was obtained on Tuesday. The objective of the project is to expand the coverage of shock-responsive safety and net support among the poor and vulnerable, and also strengthen Nigeria's national safety net delivery system to June 30, 2024. The document signed by the Nigerian Finance Minister and the World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Shubham, on August 16, 2022, revealed that the loan was concessional financing. And in entertainment, Jay-Z has cause to celebrate this week as the Blueprint has just received a new platinum plaque marking its triple platinum status. The Recording Industry Association of America recently certified of its sixth studio album as 3 times platinum. The achievement comes over 20 years after the RIAA last upgraded the certification. Released in September 2021, the Blueprint debuted at number 1 and sold 427,000 copies in its first week. The latest plaque marks 3 million album equivalent units for one of Jay-Z's best offerings and one of the best hip-hop albums of the 2000s. Jay-Z recently opened up about the Blueprint after Kanye West accused Just Blaze of copying his work on the project. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
The Nigerian music industry has witnessed growth over the years, and with this growth, a rise in international visibility and dominance. A Grammy Award is any of a series of awards presented each year in the United States by either the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences or the Latin Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. The Grammys, as they are commonly known, are meant to recognize spectacular work in the music industry. In light of Burna Boy and Wizkid becoming the latest Nigerian Grammy Award-winning entertainers, let's take a look at a list of Nigerians who have won a Grammy Award. Sikiru Adepoju is a percussionist and recording artist and plays primarily in the genres of traditional African music and world music. He plays a variety of instruments and styles. In 1991, he won his first Grammy as part of Mickey Hart's group, Planet Drum, whose title album won the Grammy Award for Best Contemporary World Music Album. That was the first time there was a Grammy in that category. It won again on 8 February 2009 as a part of Mickey Hart's latest group, Global Drum Project. Helen Folashade Adu, known as Shade Adu, is a singer, songwriter, cum actress. She is known as the lead singer of her eponymous band. She holds the title of the first artist of Nigerian origin to win the prestigious award. Her first Grammy was in 1986 for Best New Artist. In 1994 with No Ordinary Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. She earned her third Grammy in 2002 with Lovers Rock in the Best Pop Vocal Album. In 2011, she won a fourth Grammy with Soldier of Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. Lekan Babalola is a Nigerian jazz percussionist and musician who started playing the conga at an early age. He has 7 albums to his name and 2 Grammy Awards. In 2006, he became Nigeria's first Grammy Award winner for his work on Ali Farka Touré's In the Heart of the Moon, which he was credited in 3 tracks. He also won a second Grammy in 2009 for his work on Cassandra Wilson's 2008 album titled Lovely. He began his professional career after joining a band called Samba Samba Band. Cynthia Onyedimasu Erivo is an English actress, singer, and songwriter with Nigerian origins. She is the recipient of several accolades including an Emmy Award, a Tony Award, and a Grammy Award, and has been nominated for 2 Academy Awards. She gained recognition for starring in the Broadway revival of The Color Purple from 2015 to 2017, for which she won the Grammy Award for Best Musical Theatre Album. She began acting in a 2011 stage production of The Umbrellas of Cherbourg and had a first screen role in the British television series Chewing Gum. Henry Olusegun Adiola Samuel is better known by his professional name Seal. He is a British-Nigerian musician, singer, and songwriter, best known for his 1994 hit song, Kiss from a Rose. He has 14 Grammy nominations to his name and has won 4. His song, Kiss from a Rose, earned him 3 Grammy Awards in 1996 and 2011. He won his 4th award, Imagine. He holds one of the highest numbers of Grammy Awards by a Nigerian. Damini Ebonluwa Ogulu, known professionally as Burna Boy, is a Nigerian singer, songwriter, rapper, and dancer. He is one of the biggest and most successful African artists. In 2020, his album Twice as Tall was nominated for the same category at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards, making him the first Nigerian with back-to-back nominations at the Grammys. In 2021, he won the award for Best World Music Album for his album Twice as Tall at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards. Burna Boy describes his music as Afrofusion, a genre that blends Afrobeats, dancehall rhythms, reggae, American rap, and R&B. Ayodeji Ibrahim Balogun, known professionally as Wizkid, is a Nigerian singer and songwriter, one of Africa's biggest artists, and one of the most revolutionary Afropop artists of the modern era. He rose to prominence after releasing Holla at Your Boy, the lead single from his debut studio album, Superstar. In 2016, Wizkid achieved international recognition following his collaboration with Drake on the global hit One Dance. He signed a multi-million-dollar album deal with RCA Records in March 2017. In 2019, he featured on Beyoncé's project, The Lion King, The Gift, on the collaboration Brown Skin Girl, which won him a Grammy Award for Best Music Video. The Grammy winner is presently the most streamed Nigerian artist of all time on Spotify, with a total of over 3 billion streams across all credits.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them, a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important. And I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, you know, because I started doing a lot of research. So I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender rights. Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, you know, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, you know, capacity as a country, you know, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, you know, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses. So, but I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, you know, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors, and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, you know, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Sholape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, the base case, right, would have helped, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard, trust me. Because I say, especially the infrastructure, you're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now, then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you've got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents, and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls, because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you, and then want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of harvest is, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
Welcome to The Advocate, a program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about the desolation of a tribe. Omoni Animation will be talking about the Naira redesign, the good. Olayemi Ejimai will be talking on different opinions. Elijah Felix will be talking about the impact of bigotry and political manipulations on the Nigerian democratic process. Today, expect interesting conversations as usual, and we will be back after the break. The desolation of a tribe. It's easy to say you are one of the other or to identify with your ancestry. Come on, that's the average thing we do. You could be Efik, Tiv, Fulani, Ijaw, or Mangu. So whatever your bloodline is, we maintain that first before the country. We carry this so much on with so much gusto, it affects our social interactions, from friends we make, marriages, relationships, politics, and business. Now I believe, till we step out of the canoe of ethnicity, we will never walk the waters of diversity. It's very good at this point to note that the contraptions which we know as Southwest, South-South, Northeast, Northwest, are just things that are not protected by our Constitution. The Constitution only talks about Nigeria. So we are fed these parameters just basically for our own greed and probably a place on the buffet of the table of corruption. But as Nigerians, let's face the issues we pretend to avoid. Being a Nigerian in Nigeria is an extreme sport. Imagine saying you can run for an office anywhere in Nigeria during the just concluded elections, which is apparently our law. But guess what? You'll be mobbed on social media by the same people who celebrate Nigerians in Congress in the United States. Imagine being Nigerian and marrying from any part. It's okay with a few raised eyebrows till you seek political office or are in line for a traditional stool. That's when all falls down. What of Nigerians in America, US or UK, choosing to undermine the flag after seeking solace? We are happy for the opportunities you now have. But you cannot stir political violence in the name of succession or demarcate the flag in tune with your newfound home and superiority of their race over ours. We have our problems as a country, and there are many which we all know. And they are, of course, embarrassing like every other country in the world. As Nigerians, we stand to gain more, developing a deep sense of citizenry, until we realize that as the most populous black nation in the world, if Nigeria fails, the black race fails. For the love of country.
You know, this thing you just said now, I just thought about two case studies.
Tell me.
Case study one, the GRV issue, Gbadebo Rose Vival. Some people call him Chinedu Gbadebo Rose Vival. You know, his mom, I watched his mom on TV, during the election. She spoke, the mom is from Anambra State. His wife is also an Igbo woman, very intelligent woman too. But you saw what happened during the election. Some mischievous persons of the majorly the All Progressive Congress in Lagos, they were playing the tribal card. Now, the way I would commend Asiwaju Tinubu is actually he tried to call these people to order at some point, but then they need to do more. You can't use tribe to destroy Nigeria. Nigeria is bigger than any tribe. Mind you, you cannot be a president if people don't vote for you from around the country. Now, coming to Lagos State, you have residents in Lagos State. You want to become the governor of Lagos State, you need the vote of everybody, irrespective of their origin. But I think Nigerian as a country should focus more on what makes us, what is important, which is to be a Nigerian and identify as a Nigerian. The second case study is the case study of the issue of Simon Ekpa. You know who Simon Ekpa is? Simon Ekpa identified as a so-called IPOB chieftain, right? But this man is in Finland, He's a politician in Finland. He's a lawyer doing very well, and he became a politician in Finland doing very well. When you said superiority of degrees where you are over Nigeria, you are benefiting from a country that you are not originally from. Your ancestors are not from there. They allowed you to be in their space to contribute to their leadership, good governance, and then you come to your country, you are destroying your own country, playing the tribal card. It's a very terrible thing. Same Nigerians that are shouting, oh, JRV, you are not a Yoruba guy, or this one, you still want to hail someone that is a Yoruba or an Igbo being governor or politician in UK or US. Is that not hypocrisy in the highest order?
I completely agree with
So
you.
we should be very careful. We should be very careful
I like
in Nigeria.
the fact that he's taking it from the local perspective. I'm going to look at it from the other side. When you are a Nigerian in a foreign country, it is appalling to see what they do on social media. I believe that since you are not in Nigeria, the best you can do is to pray that everything goes on well at home. There is no need pushing,
hitting up the politics.
That's the word. And every time I read it on their social media, and I'm like, but you are not at home. You are not at home. Why do you do this? Because you're not going to vote, you don't have the PVC, and you're actually fanning the flames of this disunity. Of what benefit is that to us? Why don't you create an atmosphere? If you support a candidate or you don't like what is going on, all I do is, today, Nigeria, you're on my mind. Nigeria is in my prayers. When you are not in Nigeria, don't make it worse for people in Nigeria. Because at the end of the day, we are Nigerians. That is who we are. And you cannot claim to be from another country or claim to love another country more than you love Nigeria.
You know, for me, the way I look at it, it always surprises me seeing what Nigerians abroad do. But what's most surprising is what Nigerians in Nigeria do. And this is funny. We mortgage the issues and blame politicians for it.
Oh.
Politicians are not to blame. Politicians, I've been one, so I understand. Politicians only trigger what already exists.
What's in the society?
If there is no tribal sentiment, no politician will come out and say, you've not played.
So it will work.
If there is no religious sentiment.
Is the fact that many of us are closet tribalists. And it's surprising that some of these people that you call that show these trends are people that have gone to federal government colleges, they've schooled in the north or east or west of Nigeria. They are people that you would expect to have had proper Nigerian integration. You know, you are, say, Yoruba, you did your NYC in Maiduguri and you had a wonderful time. Or you are a northerner, you are Fulani, you did your youth service in Bayelsa or somewhere in the east, and you had a really good integration. But then you find that when we talk, you still find that we are primarily either Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa or Fulani in our thinking about things that should be about competence and standards and things like that. So I think it's one of those things that personally for me pains me when people who are supposed to know better, who are supposed to be enlightened, who are supposed to be exposed, and that includes those people that are abroad, when they talk and you find that, hey, this guy is still a basic parochial tribalist.
I agree, and sometimes, you know, it's really sad how we have to deal with this. For me, I've always played the fact that I'm part of a tribe which is, you know, the smallest tribe in Nigeria, and that's being Nigerian. And you know, when you even hear people discuss other tribes in Nigeria, you tend to know how exposed they are, because you hear people assuming that everybody in the north speaks Hausa, which is not true. Or everybody in one, or you call somebody from Akwa Ibom Calabar. You know, there are a lot of funny things.
Also from Edo, they say Yoruba.
You know, it's a little funny thing, but well, it's great, and we hope the best for our country. Well, next we're going on to Omoni Animation when we're back with the Naira redesign, the good. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Naira redesign, the good. It has become a cliche. When life gives you lemon, make lemonade. And life seems to give us plenty lemons in Nigeria. We are focused so much on the lemon that we sometimes do not consider what we could do with it. The recent Naira scarcity was a grueling period for a lot of people. One morning, I went to a branch of one of Nigeria's oldest banks in a rural town, and I was surprised to learn that people had come to take positions as early as 2 a.m. I did not bother getting on the virtual queue after I learned someone had a tally number 250. It appeared there was a resistance to the cashless policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Some could not imagine transacting without cash. There were also experiences of debits without recipients getting value. I had several personal experiences, including one transaction from September 2022 that is still unresolved. There's also the issue of fraud. However, I believe we must take 4 steps if we want to be relevant as a nation in the coming years. On a tech transfer, it is impressive that tomato and fruit sellers, the cab drivers, the keke riders, and barbers are retailers that now offer to receive payments cashlessly. Slowly, trust is being built in the system. The payment service banks have been fantastic. Some of them are now at par with the traditional banks with the number of active accounts they have. Their apps are easy to use, and the process of opening a basic account is seamless. Could the cashless policy and Naira redesign have been better handled? You would agree that even successful processes can be improved. A payment channel that is adapted for our transportation model in Nigeria should be developed. It would be splendid to get into a bus or taxi and pay digitally without worrying if a transfer will be successful or not. This is important as high-capacity vehicles convey many people daily, so need a process that will seamlessly handle several successive payments per minute. I believe this is an additional opportunity for the PSBs. We might have gone through avoidable pain and hardship, but have moved in a positive direction. All hands will be on deck to ensure that the pains of the Naira redesign policy is not in vain, like the labors of our heroes past. I hope in our pains of the last few months, we have planted a tree that would one day give shade to our unborn generation.
I must agree with you that I'm very surprised about how apt everybody is adopting this new form of payment, transfers. I remember telling myself that I don't have cash. How will I go about paying for stuff and getting things done? And I'm like, transfer now, madam, transfer. Everybody is just saying transfer. And I'm like, it's impressive to go and get your hair done. And the first thing on their mind is that, oh, this is my account number. I've been to the salon today, I've been to the barbers today, I've been to the nail studio today, and everybody was like, transfer. So basically, I've been moving around without cash which is actually impressive because I remember just a few weeks back, I used to have anxiety because I needed to make some payments. I would transfer from our big banks and you'll be there. The thing will buffer. Go around the square. I hope I've communicated the name. Yeah. Go around the square. Come back. Go around the square. And I'll be there having palpitations. Because I've just commissioned somebody to do something. I'm supposed to make payments. My integrity is on the line. And lo and behold, the transfer is not going. Then somebody told me that, oh, pay us through owe something. I don't want to mention their name. Owe something. And I was like, oh, what is owe something? And I had to ask around that, is this legitimate? Is this working? And my husband was like, yeah, I have one of those. They work without network issues. Well, they have their own issues. But compared to the traditional banks, their services seem to be better. So I think we're all jumping on this with a positive attitude. We are looking for solutions outside of the box. And that's something that is very common with Nigeria. It is the citizens that actually provide solutions to our problem. And I was coming here today and I thought to myself that in Nigeria, we always survive. And it's our survival instincts that revolutionizes our society, that helps us to develop products that can solve our problem. Now, cashless society, everybody's doing transfer. Traditional banks, their app is forever down. Network is forever having issues. Then we now have PSBs. And I think like that, the people will continue to push for the development that we truly deserve in Nigeria.
Anyway, the CBN governor actually gave an explanation, I think some couple of weeks ago, about this issue you mentioned. And I agree with him. You know, the reason why the traditional banks are having this problem is because they are the banks they have visited for several years. So just imagine a bank like, let me use, okay, I won't mention them specifically, but you know what I'm talking about. They have customers. They have millions and millions and millions of customers. So before the cashless policy, many Nigerians are not used to transferring and nonsense. People still prefer to go to the bank to do a transaction. So their channels, their traffic, their network, the servers can actually accommodate the little traffic they have.
Okay.
But the cashless policy made the traffic heavy, jam-packed. So that was why
they are having, not robust
so yeah, why the smaller ones you're talking of, the other PBS, they don't have large customers like these people. So they have idle servers. That's why they can work seamlessly. But anyway, the CBN governor promised that he will work with relevant stakeholders to see how to make them work. But more importantly, cashless.
If I might come in here, one of the PSBs has hit 30 million subscribers. Okay, and my own point of view is this: saw the importance of that line of business and invested in it, and we're ready for what happened, because any forward-thinking organization, I believe, should have seen that this is what is likely to happen, and then you make allowance for it. So the PSBs are no longer small guys anymore. So let me just tell you, I went from Lagos to Ekiti, and then all I had was 200 naira. From the moment I stepped out of my house, I took a cab to the airport, took a plane to Akure, took a cab into Akure town, got on a commercial bus from Akure into Ekiti, and I did not give anybody cash, even in Ekiti. And in the last 5 weeks in Ekiti, what I've been doing is doing a lot of transfer, and you find that these small guys are actually very much on ground. They are in Ekiti. You see a lot of POSs and a lot of people that have accounts with these PSBs. And interestingly, we are talking about an area where you have maybe for a whole local government composed of a few towns, you have just one physical branch. So I think the digital banks are actually better positioned for what we have now.
I'd like to jump in here. I'd like to jump in here. And most people look at the issues between PSBs and traditional, banks, and say, it's a state of structure. It's not a state. I wouldn't say how I understand how this information came about, because of course we're on TV. But the truth is, banks have lied about their assets, fixed and current. So I'd cite you to where the CBN said it had put out a particular amount of cash and said, come with your own physical cash, since you say you have so amount, and we'll change it to Naira. The traditional banks obviously could not come up with the physical cash, which clearly states that if some people have altered balance sheets and said things that are not true, because when it comes to the reality, they can't bring it out. So at that point, you have the small boys who, of course, are doing real things. Anyway, we wonderfully have, the only lady in the house, the First Lady, Olayemi Ejimai, after the next break with different opinions. Thank you.
Different opinions. In today's world of cancel culture, let us remember to hear each other out. We all cannot have the same opinion on every matter all the time. So, it is pertinent that we are not quick to shut up anyone with a different view. In America, the cancel culture seeks to destroy anyone who does not share the same view on the subjects like Black Lives Matter. In the UK, the woke generation tried to cancel anyone who believe that women are people who are born female. Even J.K. Rowling was not spared. In Nigeria, in the past election, several attempts was made to punish people who support other candidates, invariably saying, support who I support or be destroyed. My question is, if we all have the same position on every issue, where is diversity, tolerance, and acceptance? We are better off giving everyone a chance to share their belief and opinion so we can all feel a part of the team. Difference of opinion does not mean it is a foolish opinion. It just means it is different.
This thing you did is touchy. So a lot of things ranging from matters which would look at exist in the world, transgender, inclusion, a lot of things. And the world is built on different opinions. There was a time we thought the world was flat. Yeah, they almost killed people that said the world was round. But today, look at the situation. They believed man could not fly. And who made man fly? Two brothers that repaired bicycles, not even those who were planning to fly. So the world has always been built on differing opinions. Let's come down to Nigerian politics, which is where we find the most problems. And now, Nigerians think that I've never seen anybody in the world who's drunk more about having a they and us situation than Nigerians. Nigerians always, no matter how little or no matter how big, want to call people they so that they can call some people us. They go down to this on tribal lines, politics. So once you are not on their side, you are they. And once you are they, anything you say will be obliterated. It's nothing, you can't have an opinion. It even came up to the time in politics, that's during this time, because of my office. I was trying to explain, actually why this is this or this is that. Some people, and they're like, no, you're older than 40, you are like them, you belong to them. I was like, they've lumped me already just at 40 and they've lumped me to the senior boys. I'm not yet there. But
don't speak on this matter.
But they seriously told me these are people who have not read the constitution, people who do not know the laws of Nigeria, people who do not understand the Electoral Act. And you just go about saying funny things. And to them, if you go against them, I remember I was even advising one and cautioning him he's someone I know. So I was like, no, don't say this. You are on the presidential council, don't say this. Or you're a spokesman person, don't say this. Say this, because this is against the law. I say, Kule, if you want to be part of a party, be part of a party and know you're against us. Stop advising us wrongly.
Okay, so anything that you say that is not what you're saying is not acceptable.
Yeah, you want to say something, Animasha?
If I could jump in here again, it also comes down to a bit of our culture. Okay, do we have a culture that allows people to ask questions? Do we have a culture that allows people to be deviant? Do we have a culture that allows people to see things differently? Do we believe that someone else, right, could do something better, could see something better? For a lot of us, we are coming from a place where maybe we have a Messiah complex and we think we are the ones that can help people, and we help people when even the people we are trying to help might even be the people in the best position to help us. So I think...
Well, if I may comment, in October 2017, I was in a conference and I took a course, a Japanese course actually, in a conference. It's called Omoiyari. That's the name of the course. It's a Japanese word for mutual respect, togetherness, the GCI conference. So, and I was taught something, I learned something from that course about trying to respect people's opinion, their way of life, their thinking. It makes the world a better place. You understand our differences, accept the differences, and respect it. A Muslim is different from a Christian. They have different belief, but that should not be the source of problem. Mm-hmm. If you also see a social person from social tribe is different from this people because of the way they do their things, but it should not be a source of discord. Rather, it should be a source of strength, bond, and love. Now, if you go to Afghanistan, for instance, in Iraq, Afghanistan, and some other country. Okay, I think it was Iraq that a woman actually went to a store. Was it Iraq? Yeah, Iraq, if I'm not mistaken. She went to purchase something and she didn't wear a hijab. And the man there used water and pour on her. That was like a problem. After that, the morality police came and arrested the woman.
No, that was Iran.
Okay, Iran. Iran. I knew it happened last week.
I thought
I watched it on CNN. So
hijab,
this
or
issue,
a proper one.
No, she was not actually wearing a hijab. The man poured water on her hair and said she should, that how can the woman enter the store and not wear this thing? And the woman was like,
was she from that country?
I don't know whether she was from there or not. The issue is that even if she was from that country, it's still her choice. Everybody have a right to their own opinion.
But wait with it now. You see, when you border on matters like this, you now first ask what is the situation in the country. So first thing, Iran has identified itself as an Islamic republic. Good. So if you identify yourself as an Islamic republic, even if you're Christian or poor and you're in that place, you
have to cover your head.
Hijab. It's part of what she spoke about, the woke generation. There are laws. Before you can get the law changed, that's an easier way. But trying to challenge the law and form woke and break parameters doesn't always work most of the time.
Well, like I said, people have the difference of opinion, but you have to just respect people and see the sense in what they are trying to see. I understand why. Try to understand the empathy.
I think people don't actually listen. When somebody has a varying opinion, all they see is that, he's not agreeing with me. They fail to actually say, is there something in here that can pick?
What they do is they listen to respond, not to understand.
Yeah, okay,
and that is what people are most guilty of. They listen to, they are quick to,
they want to fight
they want to fight you, but they didn't hear what you said at any point in time.
No, they don't actually. Just shut you down.
Okay. So, of course, after the break, Elijah Felix is next, and he will be discussing the impact of bigotry and political manipulations on the Nigerian democratic process.
The impact of bigotry and political manipulations on the Nigerian democratic process. The turn of events following the aftermath of the Nigerian general election is a clear indication that our political leaders are not ready for the change the masses clamor for. The election results have left many Nigerians questioning the integrity of the democratic processes and the readiness of our leaders in bringing about change. Corruption, godfatherism, violence, tribal bigotry continue to plague our political system. The failure to provide a level playing field for all candidates and the deliberate disenfranchisement of certain groups due to tribal bigotry and hate is a step too far. Nigerians are demanding fairness and the opportunity to choose leaders with integrity and dependability. However, the murkiness of corruption and violence has snatched away this wish, leaving a broken nation and awakening the monster of hate and tribalism that threatens our unity and progress. The rest of the world is watching, and our political leaders must realize that the actions have consequences beyond our borders. Nigeria still has a long way to go in achieving free and fair elections. It is time for our leaders to put aside their personal interests and work towards the common good. We must not allow bigotry and political manipulations to overshadow our democratic ideas. The future of Nigerians depends on it. Think about this. Hate speech, hate propaganda were identified as the catalyst of the genocidal violence in Rwanda in 1994, the xenophobic attacks in South Africa, and so on. We as Nigerians should be careful so as not to incite violence nor heat up the polity, because it will be terrible to experience another civil war. Let us ponder on these words as we conclude. Conflict cannot survive without your participation. This is by Dr. Wayne Walter Dare, an American self-help author, speaker, and psychologist.
Now, I love when people talk about politics, and you would love to mention godfatherism. I'll first say something. In every profession, there's a godfather. If you're a mechanic, you're going to be an apprentice at one time.
Sure.
If you're a doctor, you're going to be a trainee doctor under a consultant. If you're, depending on how it is. So I think politics, the business is good. Now, the system of learning from someone else, has it been corrupted? Yes, because it's the people that are corrupted. It's not politicians that are corrupted. In a place where, and if you study elections across Nigeria, there are villages where they will say, this is the guy we want to be our representative. He's the guy that is going to get us to the next. If he likes, let him run under party XYL. They will guard their votes. They will escort those votes to the collation unit, and they will ensure that those votes are delivered. As long as we continue to mortgage our responsibilities in the democratic process, our democratic process will remain the same. It is not a situation of politicians. It's a situation of we, the people, not caring. Let's be honest. No offense to the media, because I'm on TV right now. But let's be honest. Kunle right now is getting a bid on advocates for free, can pose here and chill. And at the moment I say I'm running for president, Plus TV will charge me, no offense, so Plus TV will charge me 5 million for sitting down here. And it goes down to everything. It goes down to everything else. And you know, even from your friends that are running for office, the moment I declared I was running for office, my friends stopped paying for lunch, stopped paying for anything. I paid for everything else. Let me tell you how bad it is. When my posters came out, my landlord increased my rent by 75%.
Are you serious?
Yes, I have money to
trade
away.
Kind of money.
Wow.
You have that kind of money.
So
the mentality is orientation.
Who is guilty, really? The people say it's the politicians. Not the politicians that are guilty.
But I would have thought that I'm going to go from the angle of the structure. coming from the time of Obasanjo and INEC and how they were able to carry out a good and fair election to a large extent, that there wasn't animosity and everybody was able to an extent, trust the system. Because with this election, I'm going to say I'm more of a bystander. So I wasn't an active participant. And to see the raw emotion and the pain that people felt when they felt that my candidate did not win. And I asked myself, your candidate did not win, but because you don't trust the system, you cannot say, oh, we lost, let's take it in good faith and step back.
I just want to interject. The worst election in Nigerian history is 2007.
2007. Oh, okay.
The one that brought Yar'Adua into power. Okay.
Well, I was hoping that we will continue to grow in the process and it's going to continue to get better. But looking at this last election, I think we just went like 1 million years backwards. There was so much confusion, so much violence. It was all over social media. People were cutting away the boxes. So in some neighborhoods, in some communities, they actually had stakes and stones to protect their votes.
They are going to shoot me for saying this. They're going to shoot
Are
me
they
for
supposed to
saying
have
this.
sticks and stones
They're
to
going to
protect
shoot
their
me for
votes?
saying this, but I'm going to tell you the truth about, as someone who has monitored and been part of the electoral process preceding 2015, this election is Nigeria's safest election. What happened in this election is that you now have social media which can expand what happened. Till today, 2007, INEC does not have the results for 2007, and you can check this out. And I know what I'm telling you. For a president to enter and say the election that brought me was Wahala, knowing that we're Nigerians, you should understand what happened. So, and I'll quickly take your mind to 2019. I'll try to edit what I'm saying because I'm on TV. A woman was burnt in her house in Lokoja.
Yeah.
A resident electoral commissioner and his family were burnt in their house in Kano. That did not happen this time.
No,
so what are you talking about? So as much as we don't want to...
Social media, the woman was killed in Kogi now, building up to the election. No, in Kaduna. That was before this 2020 election.
I'm not saying someone wasn't killed. I'm saying,
okay,
and I'm not saying
frequency.
the volume of violence. I'll give you an example. As much as they were shouting, Lagos has more than 11,000 polling units. The discrepancies with Lagos polling units were only 359.
I can actually mention the places I saw
it's
on social media. So
it's 359. The issues with polling units in Lagos,
11,000.
Everything else went peacefully. That's the safest election Lagos has ever had in Lagos history. No offense. This does not make the election foolproof and beautiful. Okay. Mark it. I am saying in comparison.
And it doesn't exonerate electoral offenders.
Yes, it doesn't exonerate them. But in comparison to what we've done, the only difference.
You think that we're gradually getting to that phase, we're having less violence on a wider scale?
Yes, and I think it's even good we have social media now. So social media is revealing what the monsters we truly are. Because if you go back, Wike's re-election in 2019, it was a slaughterhouse in Rivers. Cults were killing each other. That's the reality of our politics. And now, okay, people got flogged. Not good, not good, not good, not good. I don't agree to it. But like I said, when we're making these comparisons, we must be conversant of the data preceding.
Yeah, the scale of it too, so that we don't blow it out.
You are saying that we're living from worse to bad.
I thought we're going backwards.
From worse to bad. That's what he's trying to say. We don't arrive at the good.
They say that they argue that we're still a young country and our democracy is still
we'll be young forever. Let's grow up.
Well, let me add this last line. So, if a country that has claimed 300 years of democracy can still have somebody breaking into the Capitol House and pooing on the speaker's table, I think we are doing fine.
Okay. Is that your excuse?
The end always seems to come too soon on The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram @Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to theplustvafrica.com /TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. Goodbye, everyone.
Many people are often in psychological conflict between individuality and societal expectations. Thus, due to not knowing any better, or sometimes out of the audacity of thinking that they do, many tout these norms and expectations as the one single version of the truth. Oftentimes, we are judged by them, driving many to sacrifice the happiness they can attain as unique individuals for the rule of society that do not really matter in the grand scheme of things, and that many do not even sincerely follow themselves. Well, here's what I say. Flout their tout. A wise person once said, "Don't base your decisions on the advice of those who don't have to deal with your issues." The fact that you have remained single for a long time, especially if you're a woman, is often viewed as some kind of stigma in many parts of the world, even in the so-called liberal parts of society. But I'm here to tell you that regardless of what your relationship status is, and in fact, and now I'm ad-libbing, irrespective of what your status, your age, your phase of life is, you are in an enviable position because you have the opportunity to write a new script for yourself, to create a beautiful, wonderful, and fulfilling life. So no, do not keep your head down. That is the last thing that you should do. Do not compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey is all about, Woody Hayes said. My name is Adefunke Adeyemi, or Funke for short. I'm an advocate and the regional director for the International Air Transport Association in Africa, looking after external affairs and sustainability. So I have to confess that this was not the first book that I thought I had in me. Many people who know me know that I can be quite academic, and the work that I've been doing over the years as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, and also the work I've been doing over the years has lent itself to policy issues, economics, aviation, trends, and things like that. So I thought that I was going to write something academic. I'm also a Pan-African, so I'm really, really passionate about Africa and how we can seamlessly connect the continent and integrate it better. So I also have that in me. And yes, I will get there one day, but I didn't think that this was the first message that I was going to write in the form of a book. So it was a particular incident that sparked this off. And it was an issue that someone who was very close to me did that I thought was really disillusioning and somewhat disturbing at the time. Not going into details, but basically it was just a question of me not understanding that we were not on the same page, right? And so it became something that I needed to deal with and cope with. And typically, when I have something and I'm dealing with that's ruminating in my mind, I write. I've always loved words, and I've been reading voraciously since the age of 5. I read everything in my father's library, including encyclopedias and things like that. So I've always loved words. I love the power of words. I love the way that they evoke emotion, the way that they can make you escape, the way they can transport you to different places. And so, the natural home for me to cope with the emotions I was dealing with from that incident was to write something down. It also coincided with the time that I was traveling on a business trip. And so once I got on the plane, I just started dumping my thoughts, just started putting stuff down on my laptop. So it started out as a dump, right? Just to cope with a particular incident. But then as I was on that business trip, I started to think about it more and more as a message that the world needed to hear. And so on that trip, within 36 hours, I had banged out the first 3 chapters of the book. Now that was in 2016. So this has been a 5-year journey. I launched it, I finished it in 2021 and launched, the first few days in 2022. So it took 5 years. So I have to tell you, it's been overwhelming and very, very surprising. And I know the question you're asking, I'm going to answer that. But it's been overwhelming. A lot of people who have read the book. I mean, even the most unlikely people. I was just telling someone in the store before we started that a 79-year-old woman, my friend's mother, read the book and said, wow, I'm so excited by this book. And it's inspired me to pick up my life again at 79. So I was really blown away by that. So many different reviews. Someone said, oh, I've given it to my mentees and they're raving all about it. So many people say that they can relate to the message of the book. And now to your question, the simple message of the book is this, that no matter what age or phase or stage or relationship status you're in life, it's incumbent on you to, first of all, be unapologetically yourself. Secondly, to live the best life that we're called to do, because we're not called here for anything else but first and foremost to be our best selves, and then to add on to that, be doing other things. And the other thing is that we're supposed to be using the totality of ourselves, and this is my own personal firm opinion, that we're to use the totality of ourselves, our gifts, our physical abilities, our talents, our passion, our interests, our experience, our exposure, everything that we have the opportunity to experience to impact the world positively around us. And the catch is, why not do this when you're either, one, single from the lens of never being married, or that you have been down that road and you're not anymore, or from the lens of someone who is called singular, which is the title of the book. And what do I mean by singular? It's such a wide and broad category. Did you know that empty nesters are singulars? Their children have gone off to boarding school, or they've gone off to school or university, or they're starting out in life. And now you're home alone or home with your partner. And perhaps, you focus so much of your time and attention on them, which is a laudable thing and it's wonderful. But now what? What do you do? So you have time on your hands. And so perhaps you've put off some of your dreams, your own personal objectives and goals for your own life in order to do that. So it's now time for you to get back to it. Did you also know that it is for people who have been bereaved? You've lost your spouse, that relationship has ended. So what next? What do you do? My mom is in this category and I talked to her about it and she gets it. She understands what this message is about. And there's so many in there. But it's not just about women, it's men too. Now to the literary world, I'm so impressed, honestly. Like there's a boom of writers all around. I mean, before now, we know that some of the greats have come from Nigeria and Africa. We have, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Buchi Emecheta, Ben Okri. There's so many of them that have been absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite books is So Long a Letter by Mariam Abba, a Senegalese writer, a forerunner of her time, a pace setter, a female writer talking about constraints of a Muslim religious society and how she survived that. So there's so many wonderful examples and legacy examples to choose from. But more recently, there's been so much going on in the literary space. And I think we have some of our very prominent writers to thank for that, like Chimamanda Adichie. She's done a great job putting writing by women and writing by Africans on the global stage. And I think that's really opened the door for a lot of people to think, well, I can do this too. If I feel like this is a passion for me or this is something that I'm interested in, then I can do it. So there's a lot of inspiration out there, but there can be a lot more. So I know that so many people have stories within them that they want to tell. A lot of people don't know how to go about it. And I guess the message there is, just start with your thoughts. Don't worry about the words, don't worry about format. Just start with putting your thoughts down, and then you can start to create, the structure around it. But if you have a story to tell inside you, go for it.
Star phone switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expect to leave out TW. Fuel tank pressure 55. Your nav state with back in is perfect.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rose was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read. Okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV. So every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes I would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the ninth floor, and then back. And then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then. So we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying. There was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told? What I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.